It's not, it's not, oh, it's a Japan quiz. It's not Japan. It's something at the bottom. All right. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember King. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Fellows.
Present.
Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons. Absent. And Councilmember McLean.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Move to excuse members Simmons and King.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Give us ourselves a moment. If everybody's ready. I feel like it. I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean. Any updates or changes to the agenda? Thank you. All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is our opportunity for public comment. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I do not have anyone signed up on the list, so I will start with hands in the audience and then move to Zoom. Anyone in the audience, KJ? Good evening.
I'm still not loving this.
Oh,
Um, okay, I'll just lean forward.
You can. But
okay, go up high.
there's a handle on each
I
side.
think
Better grab it.
everybody's coming. Okay. I'm like, yeah,
Oh,
That's better. No worries.
now you're 10 feet tall.
now it's like too tight because it's.
You gotta lift up the back of. Hey,
Wait,
hey,
Ah,
there you go.
thank you so much. You know, it's a team effort.
So much.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. My most pressing comment tonight regards public comment. There has been consistent disapproval of the current comment setup and enabling us to have comment after the meeting's main business allows us to respond in real time to the decisions that you're making and respond in a visible way on the public record. That is incredibly important. I am a little worried about that vote coming up tonight with the census in the room. And I really hope that you will do the right thing because curtailing public access to direct communication on the record with you as a punishment for protest activity was egregious. And I know that I am part directly of what prompted that response. And personally and politically, civically, I feel that it was a deeply unfair thing to do to remove the second public comment session. Your boards and your commissions have really varying public comment. And I think it would be interesting to bring public comment in line consistently throughout the commissions since the structure varies. I would like to see consistently that we get 2 times for public comment before and after. I also saw that, again, there are fee waivers. That's something I've brought up in several comments on the agenda tonight. I hope that you have devised some better decision-making process for how those are going about. Because again, as we hear complaints about revenue, as we look at the budget, that's important. And also, how's filling those police positions going? I'd love to know, is that money going to sit for the entirety of the year and then be reallocated at the end? Or if several months have gone by and we have all this money that we know isn't going to be used because those months of salary have not been paid, are we able to start reallocating that money earlier in the year rather than just letting it sit to the end of the budget? Because that seems to be how it works. I'm not entirely sure. So if those positions are not being filled, then those funds should go back into the budget as quickly as possible. I think that's it for tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Anyone on Zoom?
Jennifer H.
Good evening.
Hello, Council. I don't have a thoroughly prepared statement, but this is Jennifer from 48198. A lot of what I wanted to say, though, I believe the person right in front of me just said, and so I just want to echo a lot of their sentiments when it comes to public comment. City Council meetings are inaccessible for a lot of reasons, and I'd like to see, as aforementioned, 2 slots for public comment and also less limiting of time, because if enough folks have things to say, then I don't think there should be business as usual. And agreed that folks need to be able to respond in real time. So that's really all I had to say this evening, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else, Tracy?
I don't see any other hands, no.
All right. If there's no further hands, we'll close public comment. And move into the working session on boards and commissions. Okay. So on our agenda, we have topics for discussion. Does council want to go through each letter individually, or do we just want to start the conversation?
I'd say keep it to the letters.
All right, well.
If I may?
Oh, yeah, sure.
If we want to start with emails, council, I think at the work session had discussed wanting for each commissioner. And through discussion with other clerks and looking at policies and procedures and part of the OMA, it is not the best practice for an individual email to be set up for each commissioner. First of all, the city has to pay for every email that we would create. And then second, it causes some issues with the way that commissioners could be contacted or the round robin discussions. So what we did instead was we created an email on the website. It's like a contact form where it goes to, it's the same as the council contact form, where if they want to contact council, they fill out the form and the form is then emailed to all of the council members. So it's the same way with all of the commissioners. They will get an email if there is a request or the comment filled out on their pages. There's a spot where you can contact the commissioners and then it goes through them and it goes through their staff liaison as well. So we kind of thought that that was the best, easiest way to do it. Working around the OMA and ensuring that we're not violating any of that and not having to incur any additional expenses.
Member Fellows?
Thank you. Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah.
the first work session, which I know you were not at that one, we mostly didn't talk about individual emails, but just having some form of contacting the commissions on their landing pages. So that wasn't on the landing pages prior to that meeting. So it looks like there is a contact form now. I do have a question about that as far as when you fill out this form, I imagine it's like a Outlook or some kind of form that goes to emails. Does it go directly to commissioners or does it first go to a staff liaison and then to commissioners?
I believe that it goes directly to the commissioners. And the way it works is on the website, Civic Plus that we use for all of these forms, we put in whose email we want those forms to be sent to. So as that adds sometimes to the work, we have to be sure we're keeping on top of it, but we change the emails as the commissioners change. So they get updated. So we go in on the back end and we do that. But it should be going directly to them, yes.
Okay, I just want to follow up and say I should have tested it already, but I'm just going to send an email now through the form to the HRC. So Councilmember King, if you get it, can you let us know? I'm going to send it right now.
I will say the deputy clerk checked and I think there's only been 2 submissions since we set it up.
YPAC just got one.
Yes, one was
You
for
did get
YPAC.
YPAC? Okay. Good. I mean, I feel like that, oh, city manager?
Another benefit to the form is it creates a record that's housed on our website. So in terms of FOIA or anything like that, that would be maintained.
Great. I mean, I think we would just need to publicize that that's an option now because folks know about the city council contact form and a lot of people do use it. And so, maybe, we've been sending out like, social media news flashes and things about changes, and that could be one that could be sent out so that folks know for each commission, you can contact them using these different links.
We can do that.
Thank you. Further discussion on emails? All right, that was good. Okay, easy. Staffing. What was the question around who the liaisons were for each one? I don't remember what on staffing. What about city staff who were staffing? Yeah. Councilmember Felton?
So, yeah, so I believe the topics were supposed to kind of arrive from our first work session. I intended to rewatch that first work session, which I did not. But what I recall was we did talk about staffing, clerk staff for each commission and kind of roles of staffing. I can't remember the details of that conversation, but yeah, I don't know if Tracy,
I
if you have
can-
any comments.
I can tell you where we are in terms of staffing. We are currently having some discussions with the other liaisons about standardizing things across the board so that everybody's doing things the same way, so that we are talking to our commissioners the same way, disseminating the same information, as well as a little bit of cross-training so that if someone the staff liaison couldn't attend, another one would be up to speed and would be able to pick it up without any problems rather than having to cancel the meetings. That would be our hope. But that's where those are our discussions currently. We haven't formulated, policies or a process on that yet.
I know one of the things that came up were like the minutes and if everybody was taking minutes the same way, was it a member of the board or the liaison doing that? And so are those the things that you all are training on?
Yes, so my belief is most of them are the staff members that are taking the minutes. The one kind of anomaly is the non-motorized. That's, kind of an anomaly.
Mhm.
But yes, that's part of it. Yes, so that they're doing the same staff roles, right? If you're on one commission and you go to another commission, you should be able to expect the same things from your staff member.
Yeah, the discussion, both in the meeting and in various meetings here was about consistency in the staff training. And there were some complaints registered about new staff not knowing how the role worked and things like that. And so there was some confusion, especially on HRC. There was some multiple discussions about what that looked like. So if we can have the consistent training and documenting that training, that these are the people that are doing it, it's fine. Have you investigated AI minutes in terms of going from the recordings with dictation to staff?
A little bit, yes. We've just started looking at it, and there's discussion. There are thoughts both ways, right, on the
Sure.
validity or the problems that you can run into. And I think it could be a little bit of a beneficial tool as long as that's all it is a tool to go along with what you're doing. And we're never going to do verbatim minutes, so that kind of helps
Right.
in that the AI can give you the ideas, right? The general idea of what the conversation was. Because for the most part, I don't want AI recording actual votes and decisions.
Right.
What I would use AI for is discussion, right? Where we are actually kind of taking more notes and going back and listening to what everyone's saying so that we're getting the idea of what they're saying.
We've experimented with this at work in terms of real-time transcription, and it's pretty poor. But
Yeah.
in terms of
Right. Not very
going back and looking, and having it be reviewed, it might be helpful. But my sense is that most of them are not that great.
Right, just for kind of giving you general ideas.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I think this applies to commissions, but also in prior to having the, video option for council, it wasn't verbatim minutes, but definitely much more thorough minutes in the past. And I do have interest in that, especially if we have a tool to expand back to a more robust typed minutes, because it's just much easier to review than hours of video for council, but especially for commissions, that could be useful in just reducing some work time potentially. I have noticed it in medical clinics that it's used for summary of clinic visits. So it seems like there is uh, some places where this is like already fully implemented. Yeah, so I do see that, each commission minutes are kind of different depending on who's clerking. So everybody has a different style and kind of summarizing how things go. And I like that. I like the, difference in style of summary, but also, some are much more thorough, some much more less. And it would be interesting to see what we could do if we had tools to just like boost it up a little bit.
If I may, just respond. I have kind of the opposite idea. I ideally would like there to be less in your minutes. My belief and the belief of many clerks and those that record minutes is minutes are actionable items only. No discussion should really ever be recorded. But it's what you guys have done in the past. So I have, continued with that. But really, minutes should be action items only.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, raise your hand.
Yeah, I was just wondering, just in terms of, because I think in the Sustainability Commission, the commission takes the notes
I
still.
was asking, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so,
I believe sustainability and parks and arts take their own. They have a recording secretary.
yeah, so sometimes it's been a challenge because then it gets like, held up for a while, as they kind of catch up. So it seems like each commission still is a little different in that way in terms of how the notes are kept or like what those expectations are. I wonder too if part of it is like to standardize it, if folks are taking their own, if there's just like a form where they're just putting in the information, is that what the practice is now?
That is not the practice now, no. Each one, they just do it historically how they've, been taught or done it. Or some, like zoning and planning have requirements for the way their minutes and their resolutions are written. So they've come down that way. But no, I don't think it's terribly standardized.
Yeah, and
But that's something we could think about, sort of like a form to fill out, which might make it a little quicker or easier.
yeah, I think it could be helpful because then it's like even during the meeting, people can be in the form putting in the information as they go, as opposed to kind of taking it down and then having to transcribe or whatever. I just know that that's been a challenge in the past. And then that might help to standardize it across the board. And then that'll also be a piece. I know we're going to talk about the training and things like that for like the preparation for the commissions in a second, but then that could be a part of that too in terms of what those things look like.
If I may, so we currently use Civic Clerk, and I have started training some, well, particularly the deputy, on using the software to do your minutes as you are going. And it's basically a form, right? You can use it as a form to fill it all in as you're going. As long as you have an agenda prepared, it will let you do the minutes as you are going right along. You can record who's there, you can record the votes, you can record amendments to it, and you can continue to do it right there live. And for the most part, I think that the liaisons or whomever is taking minutes should be able to do that. And it could speed up, the minute process. And then I don't know if we'd want to keep the two members of the commissions that are doing their own minutes. And if that was the desire, then we could see about maybe getting them a limited access account to our website so that they could go in and do those minutes as they were going along. And then there would be no disconnect, right? They wouldn't have to go back to the liaison. They wouldn't have to go home and write them or type them and email them. They would just be right there. You know, and then they could get posted that way. It's a thought. You know, I know we're just kind of having these discussions as we're going, but that's part of, as I am learning more about the website and how all of these systems work, I am able to start passing that information on to the liaisons. And so that's where we're getting to. We've done a little bit of training and then we're gonna, you know, add some more.
Yeah, when you say liaisons, you mean the staff?
Yes.
Just to be clear, because I think
Sorry.
the council liaison, yeah. And then I think my understanding is that the reason why sustainability is doing it isn't necessarily out of desire, but out of capacity from when there was a different staff person besides Bonnie who used to do it. And then when that change happened, that's my understanding, yeah. So are you saying it's like a hybrid so that you do part of the minutes? I see.
So they wanted the full discussion in.
Yeah. So I mean, anyway, so even with that too, that sounds like it's probably a good thing to come up. That maybe could be part of because the commission has also changed a lot since then.
So maybe revisiting that discussion.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
or-
about like, yeah, like,
there's a new
just like
commission and
we do our
like our
rules,
organizational meeting.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like maybe that makes sense too. I don't know.
I can tell you, you know, as Director Wessler said, and I know City Manager Halenga has said it before too, and as I am saying, action minutes are just the way to go for multiple reasons. I know that y'all are talking about using AI, which I don't think is the way to go, and listening, you know, to the minutes over and over to try to get the right wording and not miss the idea of what you're talking about takes a lot of time, a lot of staff time that is usually better spent on other things. And that's a big part of why I think everyone has gone to action minutes because you record what actually happens. The rest are, you know, opinions and discussion.
It makes it difficult for people to track. And I think it's, you know,
Yeah, I know, I understand.
so I mean, I think I think that's a challenge, and especially for commissions, which tend to have fewer, like even fewer participation than we have, and we at least have the you know, and I know that I guess they have video too. So anyway, but I think that that's part of the challenge. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question about how many staff are currently staffing meetings and taking the minutes.
I think there's 4 or 5. Josh Burns and our new historic preservationist, Carrie, and Director Wessler, and Deputy
Laura.
Deputy Thomas. I think that's it.
And
Oh.
Anya as well.
Sorry for the DDA, right?
Well, she does, or they do some planning and they do the DDA as well. The Fire and Police Pension Board is done by the individual hired through the administrative services contract, and then ethics would be done by the clerk department. Civil service is done by the clerk department. I think that's all.
I just had a quick question. How do you determine if it's like the clerk only or clerk and a staff member? Do any of the commissions have both?
The majority of them do. There's one doesn't. It's HRC.
And is there a reason?
It's staff capacity really, but I can review it and see who would be the best fit for that commission.
Further discussion on staffing? All right. Training, I'm gonna kick it back to you first, because you all have been doing some things if you wanna, you have something?
I just want to give feedback. It seems like the emails are going through.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
Susan said the YPAC one came through too.
And if I could add one more thing before going on,
Mhm.
HRC has historically just been managed by the clerk department. They had a staff liaison when it kind of first got engaged, but it was Katie. And then as Deputy Thomas came on, it switched over to Deputy Thomas being there.
So prior to HRC beginning again, did they have both or did they only have one?
They have not had both since I began in 2014. It was just clerk.
And so it was that because you had mentioned before staffing capacity. Is that why or?
Yes, I believe that's what it was.
Okay.
Thank you. Training?
So training, are we talking about all around training? Our staff liaisons as well as our commissioners? Like I said, we are working through more training with the staff liaisons. We have done some training on Civic Clerk already, and we're going to continue to do more so that they can become more efficient at the software. So it, is going to help them and make it an easier process, and they'll be able to get them done more quickly and more efficiently. And then we're also talking about doing the cross training of the staff liaisons, so that someone could pick up each other's commission meetings if needed. Beyond that, that's about as far as we've gone with the staff members. And then we already have a bunch of training material that we had put together for the commissioners. And all of you had received that. And then we had discussed doing something annually as well, like adding an annual event that could be either a recognition event or a training event or both, something along those lines.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, in the past, we had opened this up. We had gotten a parliamentarian from MML to come down, and council members were there, as well as an invitation at the commissioners, but I think an invitation that went on heated, right? And so I think we had maybe 3 people in that time that actually showed up for these things. And
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted training, and so Deputy Thomas had our, past city attorney down here to give a couple of training sessions, and same thing. I think there might have been 2 or 3 people that showed up. But we are trying to record those so that it's something that we can still offer. People learn in different ways. Not everybody's going to want to read a manual. They may be, more apt to want to watch a video. So we're hoping that might help as well.
I will say I'm a fan of recording trainings, like a lot of
Mhm.
with my teams, Clear That Side City Council. While people do attend in person, we also record them so that they can go back and watch them if they need to as well, and then we can use them in the future, and then update them as changes occur, because I think that's helpful. So that folks can also do it on their own time or go back and revisit things, if they forget or need a refresher. So, Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, I and I feel like I'm like, oh, I need to relook at what's in the packet. I think I've heard from a couple folks, yeah, about training or things where folks are like, oh, we don't even know how to like write a resolution. Like, how do we move things from conversation at the commission to council? And I think some of those, like how we relate to one another is probably like, one of the most important parts for them, because it's like, how do we move to be impactful? And that's been something that I know has held up some folks, where they're like, well, we don't know how to do this, or what does that process look like? And I think also some of the timeline things that we have, like when we're like around the budget and, how to do these requests, and some of that would be helpful for them to keep on their radar. How to put a request to council, or to make a recommendation to council and things like that. I know that's stuff that people have still had a challenge with, and I don't know in terms of whether it was the way the scheduling happened or not. I don't know what time of day it was, because obviously most of the commissions are at night. And so whether that impacts whether people were attending. I don't know. Yeah, but I do remember, that's what one of the questions I was wondering about, because I think the last time when we had the work group on the commissions, some of those, the recommendations from that was, I think maybe even like it was maybe twice a year, even like one in the fall, one in the spring or something, where there was some kind of event where there could be training and different kinds of things for the commissions. So, yes, I don't know if that, and so it sounds like maybe that was tried, but that was, yeah. But then that way you can have recognition and training. And I know before it was also like how to make it more enticing by maybe connecting it with, oh, you know what, that's later. I'll save that. That's for outreach. But thinking about like different ways to draw people in is really that. But if at least if the city has a calendar and it's like, oh, we do this time and this time, and it's just like published, and then it's like we can then say to the commissions, like, you know, it's a requirement to go to one of them. So here's the date. So choose which one you can go to, and that will help you be much better at in your position. You know, because then it's like people know when it is, and it's just like we know the fall one is September 3rd, and we know the spring one is April 5th, or, you know, whatever that is. That might be nice. So then when people are kind of, when they accept the position, you know, all of that kind of goes out at that time.
So I will say, I do think most of that information is in there, if hidden, you know, in a bunch of, you know, forms and papers and letters and, you know, bullet points. But I do love your idea. And I would kind of call that like the Schoolhouse Rock approach, right? Like this is just a bill and this is how the bill gets
Yeah.
through. I'm all about that. Because people don't know if they don't know.
Yeah.
So absolutely, we can start working on putting together something that's a little more kind of meat and potatoes specific
Yeah,
to
and
what
like
we're doing.
user friendly for
Mhm.
lay people who don't love reading all the documents like council.
Yeah, we can start working on that. And I agree. I think it would be great to have two events. You know, the only thing I think about is elections and making sure that I'm working it around those. But beyond that, like, I think it's a great idea. I think the more that we can do with our commissions, the more involved, you know, the more they'll feel like they're a part of things and really be able to help you move forward your goals. Yeah, absolutely.
Councilmember Fellows?
Building off of that, I'm wondering if we, instead of trying to get commissioners to go to another meeting, might just meet them where they're at and bring an MLL presentation or this style of Schoolhouse Rock presentation that the clerk staff comes up with, just to the commissions that would benefit from it. You know, some commissions are more familiar with the processes. I'm thinking of like the planning commission, but some of the other maybe advisory commissions might want to have that kind of thing. And it might just be best to at least start with the baseline. Here, everyone's going to get the training, no matter how length of experience, and then start there and see if that helps with like engagement and you know, literacy around what to do.
So, what you're kind of talking about is sort of like a traveling presentation, like, possibly I would go to a meeting in 1 month for every commission, and at their meeting, do this sort of training. That's kind of what you're recommending?
Yeah, something more like that. It might not have to be every commission because, you know, some commissions don't even meet, you know, once
Right.
a year maybe. So it'd probably just be the most active commissions and the commissions that are kind of asking for support. But I don't know if you have anything in mind for that sort of thing, but I think that would be maybe the best way to get the most impact as far as getting information out there that would be useful for everyone.
And a little more hands-on. Yeah, we can talk about that, think about that as a model.
Okay. Do you have a response to this topic?
Yeah.
And then I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Councilmember Simmons?
I just was, because I had been thinking, I was gonna, like, when I was talking about it, I was thinking about it, but then I was like, oh, that might be a lot, but maybe you know, and especially if we were bringing other people in to do it, but maybe if it's more of this kind of meat and potato schoolhouse rock, if it's more of like a presentation, then I wonder too if the staff liaison can do that during the session. So then it's just like, you know, and it could be during, again, like that organizational meeting, like if there's some kind of thing like that happens, so that catches folks at a certain time, and that this is kind of what we go through as a group, then that way you don't have to try, it might take away from like you trying to schedule, and also knowing that then wouldn't be a guest person coming in to do it. But it would be kind of more form information. So,
I agree with that. I think the liaison, if you all put together a presentation, they could go over, you know, the meat and potato, easy stuff. Oh, city manager?
It might be useful for members that are joining after, in between that organizational meeting, to have kind of an onboarding where there's a video discussing Robert's rules, FOIA, OMA, some instructions that they have to check off that they've done it before their first meeting or before
Agreed.
their oath.
Well, yeah, boards that I sit on, there's been a few where there are things that I had to watch and, you know, sign or whatever, electronically verify that I watched them because I joined, it's rolling appointments. And so that could also be a thing. So you do it in a meeting, but also there are the videos for those who might come on during a partial or throughout the time.
I think that's a great idea. We, through the county, already do that, like for election workers. They, you know, through COVID, they were able to do the online training and watching videos. And so, yeah, we could absolutely do it that way too.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I was getting there. That covered a lot of it. So, my day job, our training modules there's different ways to do training, right? And so read and understand is the first thing. And for any instructor led, there's a read and understand signature before you even get to that. So you're just talking about the exact same thing. It's like they have to have the documentation read and digested before they come to that. The two people have already said this would be a requirement. I like the two times a year stationary, and I don't think it's an imposition on commissioners to go to another meeting. They have monthly meetings. They don't have multiple times a month they have to go to the meeting. So I don't think that one more meeting out of the year is a burden for that. But also getting back to the staffing thing, if we're taking it out there, that's one thing, but that's multiple iterations of training that may not be consistent. Right. And so having two meetings where everybody shows up, it's done. It takes less time on city staff to do that. It's consistent because it's the same person. If it's MML versus you doing that, then you know, whatever, it's a more efficient system to do that. And with the read and understand, if they've got enough lead time for that, then there's times for questions before they even get to that. So, and having the staff liaisons trained for that to be able to answer those questions is certainly optimal as well. So,
I was gonna say, I also liked the idea when Councilmember Simmons first brought it for the two meetings and then folks choose one, right? Like one in a year. You don't have to go to both of them. And then it's one extra meeting where everybody gets the information. So I think I agree with that. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would make the requirement be the soonest after they've assumed role, not, you know, oh yeah, I can't make that one, but I'm going to go to the one
Wait to September.
6 months from now when I've already been working on the commission, but as soon as possible. And if we synchronize the timing, which is going to be a discussion later on, then that makes it a whole lot easier to coordinate that.
You're waiting for that bated breath. I understand. Okay. Anything else on training? I like the direction that this is moving in. Let us know what you need from us, if anything.
Okay.
Okay. All right, scope. And so I know we've talked about boards and commissions having different charges, and then also understanding in terms of in the ordinances what the expectations are for them. You know, how do they work alongside council? Do they direct council? Do they give advice, ideas to council, like the scope of their work and what they're supposed to be focused on? And so I'll entertain discussion, thoughts on scope. Councilmember Fellows?
I think this is something that a Deputy Clerk Lori had brought as a discussion item, so that's where that came from. As far as I understand it, every commission, the scope is determined by, its initiating document. And so as far as like advisory commissions or advisory, planning commissions initiated by the state, zoning board of appeals initiated by the state, so they have a very specific scope already outlined. My impression is that there's been some effort to kind of try to limit the scope of the advisory commissions, but as far as like not sending resolutions to us or recommendations for us to review things, but I would be critical of that because at the end of the day, whatever they're sending to us is merely advisory. So it's upon council to either take it up or not. So I'm not supportive of like discouraging commissions from, if they as a body find consensus and want to engage with council in some way, then they can do that. And for advisory commissions, they would be giving us advice.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree with it. I think in my experience, I don't really recall folks being discouraged from providing us with feedback, but I do think when I'm thinking about scope, is that we've had boards and commissions who don't actually know what their role is or what they're tasked to do by the ordinances. And so that actually brings me back to training as that being maybe a component where either the liaison or the onboarding, however we decide to come up with, this package of training for them, for folks to know specific to their commission or board, what are the tasks that are expected? What does the ordinance say? And then what does that look like? Like, what are examples of things that maybe would align with the charge that's in the documentation? Because I think that has caused a lot of confusion, in my opinion, with board members, even not us, but like, on boards and commissions around like, what is our actual job at a baseline? So we talk about meat and potatoes. I think that we have to go down to that like granular level around what are the meat and potatoes of each commission and board around what is the expectation based on the binding documentation in our ordinances, because that is what most of them are supposed to be working off of. Councilmember Simmons?
Another thing that this raises for me is it just makes me think about how like sometimes when we're in discussion or there's different things we might think of, oh, this would be good for a commission to take up, or this needs more conversation or some more things worked out. And so I think about like how that works and like how things follow through, from that. And I feel like sometimes things get lost. Like there's been a couple of things I know we were like, okay, Sustainability Commission, that's the one I know most, so that's why I use that, obviously. Where it's like, okay, look at, for instance, we talked about like the lawn ordinance. That was one that I think we were like, okay, it would be great to have this be something to look at. And so we want to have the commissions look at it. So I guess my thing is like, what is how do we as council like have that mechanism or like to have that follow through of, hey, we want you to consider this. When do you think you can take it up? When kind of like, how do we get a timeline so we could check in on it and that they've been working on it and that they're working toward something, or like what we send to them that we want them to look at, how much information do we need to put in there, so that they are able to make the considerations that we want. That's happened. I know we've had that with Planning Commission. There's been things where like, let's have the Planning Commission, they need to look at this. So I just wonder about like what does that look like? How we have that flow of information of when there's things that would be good. And then also there's some things where like maybe that we can bring up in discussion and like, have commissions to discuss before we have it as resolution in some way.
Yeah, and I think we had talked about like whose responsibility is it, the council liaison or the staff liaison, to bring things back to commissions when they come up at the dais. And so I think that's one point that we haven't clarified. I don't recall us clarifying like whose role that is going to be.
So, to my knowledge, if council is having a discussion and you want to send something to a commission, you vote, and it's my responsibility to send it to the commission. Right, yes. So that's all you need to do. And then you've got an official line from me sending it to them, asking for them to do something. From there, that's where it gets a little murky. Because I don't think that we have any mechanism to track from there. So that's where, we could put a mechanism in place. It can be part of, my responsibility that when, I have to put a ticker in, right? And get them to respond, go back at them. I've sent this to you. It's been 2 weeks. Do you have a response? We can try to figure something like that out, or we can put the impetus on, the staff liaison for the commission or the council liaison for the commission.
My question on that, and then I know I see some hands, is around do they build their own agenda? I know that they build their own agendas and then they
Yes.
send them to you to create in the Civic Plus
Yes.
system. Cause I was thinking like, is there a way? Do they have an old business section? We don't have old business anymore on our agendas, but if they had an old business section that could be there to prompt conversation when the agendas are being created, if it was something that came from council to remind them like, oh, this was sent to you to discuss. I mean, I don't even remember if we've ever had old business on our agendas or not, but on a lot of the boards I'm on, there's an old business section where things, they just keep coming up until we take care of it.
Yes.
And that could be a way where you don't have to have a ticker. It just moves forward until it's been completed and sent back to you to send to us, or whichever, that's the next step that we don't have, is once it's done, does it come from the liaison? Does it come from you? Does it go to you? We don't know that either.
So,
Oh,
first,
I'm
I
moving-
think
know I'm moving too fast.
I think that's a great idea. Everyone should have old business. And if you don't address the old business, it should stay on the agenda. So that would probably be a training point for the staff liaisons to ensure that they understand the way an agenda should be built, right? And should work. So yes, I think that's a great way to do it. And then, it would stay there.
Is it possible to have it titled even differently?
Oh, yeah, I
Like-
just use that as a name, but it could be.
Well,
You mean like
I think like
council
old business
requests?
makes sense, but there could be a lot of things that could be part of open. I'm just wondering if it's even just like
Council
like
business.
council policy, so like support, like whatever it is,
Mhm.
to kind of lift that,
Councilmember Clean said like messages from council or like correspondence with council, whatever, something. Like
Right. Something with council in there.
So that would be new. So the planning commission, that comes on as new business the first time and then it
Mhm.
comes back. So, and Josh has been doing a great job with that. And so like, dark sky, ordinance has been discussed multiple times. Each time it's shepherded through by the staff liaison. And I think he's done a pretty good job about doing that. And then it comes back as old business, but not, I mean, it's not like it's being shoved down. It's on the agenda. So what you call it, I mean, if you're just putting old business things that are expected to come back with revisions, it's already been a practice, but right, not everybody has those. So
planning has a really clear
Yeah.
process that has been in place. And I also, another reason why, again, I don't care about the title, but I like old business because I know when I was the liaison to some of the, like YPAC, HRC, there were even things that the commission itself would do that they would forget and it wouldn't be on the agenda. So I'm like, old business would allow them to put their own things back on and keep, bring them back.
So even though, the commissions build their own agenda, the staff liaison should be managing that agenda.
Okay.
And those are the kind of things
That they do
should-
keep up with.
Absolutely, yes, they should. Absolutely. And then on the return end, it should come from the staff liaison to the clerk to put on your agenda.
Got it. Yeah. Councilmember McLean?
Just going to add one more thing, possible way to help communicate to the commissions from us. If there was a discussion that led to that, you might be able to identify that, say, look at the recording from minute 43 to 47, and that will give you a sense for what the council was looking for.
I think that's a great idea.
I also think that, that's the role of the council liaison as well for those who have them, to also be there to answer questions about the discussion and give kind of high level information about why it was coming to them and whatnot. So that's a us thing too.
Part of it.
Okay, wait.
I'll go after Steve. Or
Last, Councilmember Fells is waiting for a minute and then I'll go, yep. This way. Councilmember Phillips.
I like the way this conversation's going. I think we're entering communication too. Because I like the idea of having it on all commissions' agenda, something like council correspondence. Um, instead of old business or in addition to that, just because it even encourages like, hey, there's supposed to be some communication once in a while between us. It's not like we're on separate islands. And so, and I just as a best practice, the times when we have sent something to commissions, which hasn't been very often, but since I've been on council, I've tried to go to the commission meeting to give context. The council liaison gives context, and then I'm like, also, this is what I recall from the conversation. So it isn't, they have some workable information to go off of, and instead of just having like something on their agenda in which they, don't know anything about it. So I do think it's great that a council liaison could be there to explain it, clerk, staff, and then any one of us that are available to come in.
I think the only thing that I would say to that is that technically during those meetings, if you're not on the commission, you would only be able to give comment during public comment if you're not a member. So they would have to make sure that we keep in mind, if we're not the liaison, to do it at the appropriate time. And then Mayor Pro Tem.
This goes back to the training, and I don't think it got mentioned in that section that council liaisons need to be trained as well
Yes.
as everybody else. And there's a specific role that is to play, and there's limits on that role. And so, that's it.
Yes. Councilmember King and then City Manager.
So I just wanted to talk a little more about scope because I know HRC has had a lot of communication. So I don't know if it's a thing that maybe you all could come to a HRC meeting and discuss scope more, because I know some of the things that HRC has brought, it has been told to the chair that is outside of the scope. And I know she came to me wondering like, how is this outside of our scope when this is what HRC does? So again, if it is an issue with scope specifically for HRC, I would say that conversation does need to come forward. So HRC knows.
I think HRC is the most difficult one in terms of what they're supposed to do, right? So much of it is written about facilitating a dispute. And that just isn't happening, right? Like that's plus it's really a very minor part of what they're really able to do. And it's facilitate and it's hire a facilitator. But it seems like, the commission should be doing all of these things if an incident were to come up, and it's really very limited and really isn't what they should be taking up. So I find that one very confusing, and I'm sure that they do too. But yes, that's something we can work through.
I was actually going to comment on, so ZBA, HDC planning, they have very, very specific things that they're working on. In terms of the advisory bodies, it gets a little foggy. Sustainability Commission has a kind of a clear focus, as does Arts and Parks. But YPAC and HRC, I think it would be helpful if council would review those ordinances and kind of more clearly define what it is that council expects these commissions to be doing.
Just as two.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
the ones are pretty.
in my
clear.
recommendation.
I think so too.
And
I agree.
one more thing that's coming up, but this was brought up. If bylaws typically will contain agenda order, so you could just put the council or
Into the-
however you'd like to title that.
Councilmember Fellows.
I am pretty familiar with the HRC ordinance and bylaws that are currently in place. So I'm just going to say on public record, I do not think that anybody needs to police what advisory commissions like the HRC are doing as far as making recommendations to council. Everything that I have seen from commissions from that commission in the last year where they wanted to bring a recommendation council was completely appropriate within the ordinance and bylaws that I understand. So I do think there's a little bit of nitpicking and finagling and trying to constrain what the commissions do, which is demoralizing to commissioners, which is creates a chilling effect, which, you know, also makes it so people don't come to future meetings because they feel like they can't do anything. I've heard multiple commissioners say, like, what can we even do? Throw their hands up in the air. What do we, when we're trying to do things and we're being told no, 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 no. So I do think staff has had a bit of a heavy hand with regard to trying to constrain what actions a commission can do. And I think that is not really up to staff to do. Sometimes I even see staff does that to the council as well. And for certain issues, I'm like, you know, I hope that we're all aware that council can, you know, put anything on a ballot to change the charter of the city. Council can move to disincorporate the city and put that as something, you know, like the powers are there to do things. And I think we are often reminded the opposite. Well, you can't really do this or this or this, but the advisory commissions can obviously make any resolutions to council that is of advice for almost any reason. And it's shouldn't be discouraged.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I disagree with that. There is a charge in, and it's written in the ordinance, and if it's outside of the scope, if there's been a discrepancy in the opinions of the chair versus the staff that have had that conversation, then it needs to have a further conversation. But I don't think it's I don't think it's right to say that they can bring forward anything they want. I have attended meetings where I went, yeah, that's not within the scope of what you can do. It's not even legal sometimes. So that I don't agree that they can advise on anything. I think there's a very clear reason for having the ordinances that created the commissions in the first place.
Councilmember King?
And I would say, just because I know the conversation kind of was a little hesitant, but this was put on, I think, Councilmember Fellows said by the clerk, not you, but Lori, I believe, because of some things that she stated. And the chair did mention that she felt like she was told that she could not send stuff to council when she sent, you know, we sent it as HRC as for council to make the decision. HRC had not made that decision, and that is what HRC feels like. They have been being shut down. So if it does need to be a fuller conversation, I don't want to, you know, run around the bush with it. If it needs to be a fuller conversation, let's just say this is what it is and have that conversation. And even if staff brings it, we can read and see what is in the ordinance and say, hey, this is actually under here is something that HRC can or cannot deal with.
Councilmember Simmons?
I mean, I think going off of that point and also from city manager, I'm just wondering if we could just think about, yeah, like when our schedule allows for that, for us to actually have that on our agenda. So like our next meeting feels like too soon. I don't know if we want to do this in August or in like take it up in the early fall to have to review these ordinances as part and have it. So, cause that way you can just add it to our agenda and then it's in our schedule that we know we're going to look at these two in particular. And then that way we can also communicate to the commissions that we're going to take it up specifically in this meeting so that they're aware and they can come and, you know, and then we can have that fuller conversation. So, you know, just in terms of thinking about how our schedule is, well, maybe not August because we're supposed to be trying to do our retreat. So maybe like early fall that we can put that on the agenda to look at these two in particular. But I also, and then I think even though like sustainability might have like some clarity, I also think they need some clarity, just like from my time, you know, in terms of what this looks like, how they're working through, like they, you know.
So then the three commissions, you think, or do you want to?
I mean, that one might just be more of like helping to think about what to do. It might not necessarily be the ordinance. I'm not sure if the ordinance is the issue.
Direct them on what it actually.
Yeah, like, and like, yeah, how to start working through these different pieces.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, this is just more information for the public. The fact of the matter is that any commissioner can approach a council member and say, hey, staff doesn't want us to forward this thing to you, but we would like council to deliberate on it. So if you ask a council member to do that, and then there's another council member support, it will go on our agenda. So you do not have to deal with the bureaucracy that's being presented. So as far as like ordinance tweaks and everything, like I'm okay with looking at ordinances, but I do think at the end of the day, this is a big gatekeep, and I think we need to think about this with like more understanding that it just, these are all adults that are volunteering their time. They are thinking critically, and if they vote in a majority on a 9-member body, then they're probably, you know, there's probably some movement as to why they want to send something to us. So I think staff should reevaluate why they might constrain, you know, a popular vote on a body, on a commission. And I just want commissioners to know that you don't have to deal with that if that's what's happening to your commission. You can just come to me, other council members, and we'll get your resolution to be discussed.
Thank you. Further discussion on scope, and I think we moved into communication a little bit. So we can stay on communication. I mean, I think we kind of talked about that. All right, Councilmember McLean, communication, or you want
I think
term dates and limits?
No. We'll come to that, but I think this fits under communication and one of the concerns that I've had fits with HRC, but it fits perhaps with other commissions as well. And it's not about the content of what might come to us as much as it is the form. I don't remember what the exact issue was, but it was early in my tenure on this body, and one of the commissions asked us to do something on a certain topic. Right? It wasn't in my mind. What it wasn't was a clearly written statement, a resolution in effect, say we support this, we don't support that, and it wasn't particularly clear what it was that they wanted us to do about that topic. So this may be just me, but I would prefer that we say something specifically about the form that things that are communicated to us should take, and that they should be in writing, and that they should be actionable. Right. So not just
Bit of a
say something about a particular topic. That it puts us in a box, and it usually leads us to send it back to them and ask them more questions.
Councilmember Simmons?
Just in terms of thinking about communication, I think one of the things that would be helpful for me is just clarity. You know, so if something comes from a commission, as I understand it, it goes on our agenda, it goes under communications, like where that's listed, but we don't necessarily talk about that specifically unless it's pulled out of there. So that it would be the thing. So like if something comes from the commission, so it goes through the staff liaison to Tracy adds it onto our agenda under communications, then for us to know that it will stay on communications unless we pull it out. So that would be something that we would need to do during the agenda approval to say, we actually want to pull this conversation out of communications into our resolutions, motions, and discussion.
Either in that meeting or at a subsequent meeting, you could say you want to put it on the next agenda. So
Mhm.
yeah, if it doesn't come to like a council member, like Councilmember Fells was saying, and it's already put on, then it would come into communications and that would be the process, I believe.
I'm good.
Was that?
Yep.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to add that there's a point before that too. So the whole point of having our agendas determined earlier on and having that 2-day grace period is that if we see that with the topics, it's time we can move that up with two council members and the mayor can move that from communication. So there's two different timed events that you can do that. You can do it before it's released to
Mhm.
public, or you can do it at the desk.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion on communication? Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to go back to a comment that Councilmember Fellows made about taking it to a council member. You know, I think it's a great point. That is a really good point, is that I've seen frustration on commissions in which they weren't quite sure where to go. And in those conversations, I know I brought things that were not, brought them forward from those discussions. And it's a very good point. So thank you for making that. There are other means to do that, and it doesn't have to go through the full exact process to be taken from the advisory. And this has happened with YPAC. It's happened with HRC, that somebody on council sees it and just brings it forward. So that's
Everybody's good on communication.
I could just add one
The
thing.
city manager?
Kind of building off what Mayor Pro Tem said, unless the body itself votes on it to send it forward, it wouldn't come from staff. So if it's just a discussion, it has no actionable items, so staff wouldn't bring that forward.
They have to take action for it to make it.
Yes.
And that should be a part of the training, so they know that they need to take action. Councilmember McQueen?
And there should probably be clarity that that is not coming from the commission itself as a body, but maybe coming from members of that commission.
Correct. That's why a vote of the body forwarding it over is the will of the body. So if it's just a discussion, then the body takes no action. It doesn't move forward.
Similar to our work. I mean,
Yeah, very similar.
Councilmember Fellows?
And just adding to that, there has been action taken by commissions, the will of a body, full consensus of the commission, and to send to council, and staff has stopped it. So that's why I'm bringing up the other issues, because it has happened where people are going through the normal processes and there's some wrench in the chain to stop those actions, and it's creating a lot of frustration.
You? Councilmember King?
I know. So, Tracy, you had mentioned also it's the clerk's job to manage the agenda. So with some of the conversation that just was had, I am wondering, what exactly does that mean? Because also on HRC, the chair stated she had put something forward and it was taken off of the agenda by the clerk.
So if something, in particular with HRC, I think there have been some instances where something was asked and answered. Quite often, the HRC and the chair ask for legal opinions, and we keep all the legal opinions. So if it's been asked and answered, that could have been a reason. I think that might have been a reason why that would have happened, because it's already been addressed, and we provided the opinion of the attorney.
And I think me, you, and the chair met after this instant, just because the conversation to me sounded like it kind of led to that. And if that happens, do you let the chair know?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And if it didn't happen, my apologies, it should have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We all set to move on to term dates and limits. That's probably the hardest one. All right, so term dates and limits. We've had a lot of conversation just generally when we're making appointments around what we want that to look like. I'm looking at you because Councilmember McLean has been adamant that we need to fix this. And so I'm wondering first, I guess I'll bump it to around where we are on that. I know we've been trying to get things aligned and corrected because prior to your time, and things have just been all over the place a little bit because, it's a lot to manage, and in a spreadsheet, which is,
There's a lot.
there's a lot. Yeah.
There's a lot. So we are continuing to work through it. I think the biggest thing is making sure that we are filling a term when someone leaves as opposed to just starting it over. So I think that's the biggest thing that we're trying to keep track of, is ensuring that we are filling a term to finish it rather than just starting from scratch. Because I think that, it's how we can get completely out of whack. And then as long as we're doing that, it should help keep us on track. Then it's just determining, right, if we, and whether you want to choose, the date that they are appointed, or if, we want an arbitrary date for when each commission term would expire. And then that way you would see them at the same time every year. So planning would always expire in February. Parks and Arts would always expire in June, although that's not a good time for Parks and Arts. You know, picking it so that they're coming up at different times of year, but then we start to recognize those dates. Like, you know, it's always in May, it's always in June, which I think makes it simpler too.
Yes. Councilmember McClure, I know you have something to say about this.
A couple of, well, I actually think we've made some progress and I appreciate the clerk's work on this. And I think you just articulated my biggest concerns fairly well. The only other thing I would, a couple of things I would say. One is to make sure that the terms are also staggered.
Yes.
And then I would also say we put these term dates / limits. I would clarify that those are two entirely different things. And I'm all for getting these term dates nailed down, focusing on the terms rather than when people start. Term limits, I'm not for them. I'm not for them in almost any context I can think of. In general, we have term limits for elections, for called elections, right? And we have term limits in effect for commissions. They're called appointments. And if we decide we want to reappoint, we can, or if for some reason we decide we don't want to reappoint, we can decline to reappoint. So we have a hard enough time getting people onto the commissions, in my estimation. So if someone's willing to serve for an extended period of time, I'm all for it. And it brings institutional memory to the table as well.
I think you might have to change a couple of ordinances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Further
Can you say more about that? Sorry. Which ones have?
Ethics Commission.
And YPAC.
Both have term limits. What are those limits?
Ethics is 1, YPAC is 2.
Terms. 3 years each. I think
5 years
it's
for
longer.
ethics.
It's 5 years for ethics. Yeah. 3 and 5, yeah.
I'd love to hear what other people think about that, but I would consider bringing something forward as an ordinance to get rid of those.
Further discussion on term dates and or limits? Councilmember Fellows? I'm sorry, was that your hand? Nope. Okay, sorry, I saw this. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think we should revisit those in terms of, I know the Ethics Committee is a very unique schedule and terms, but I think YPAC should definitely be in line with all the other commissions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since that's already gonna be on our agenda in the fall to look at, then that one at least will be on there.
Mm-hmm. And what was what do you see the difference or whatever for the ethics?
No, I just said it was unique. I
Yeah.
didn't say that we should do that. I mean, I know I've been talking to folks who have a background in ethics and they've already served and they're like, yeah, I can't do it again. So,
Yeah.
and some of them have not been on for 10 years and that's
That's a rule.
still a problem, It's
Yeah.
like, here's a person who's willing to serve.
Mhm. And
They were 10 years ago, but now they can.
I think it's a good discussion point.
Mhm.
Councilmember Fellows?
I was going to say the same thing. I agree with that. It's worth revisiting the ethics because we have 0 ethics board members in part because of this issue. So I think we need to revisit that.
Can that be added so we can just look at all of the ordinances related to commissions at the same time?
Yeah. All right, put your readers on, everybody. You got a lot to do. All right. Anything else on dates and limits, since we know that we'll be going deeper into some of these ordinances? All right, bylaws, I feel like, I'll open it up for further discussion, but I think we have a few that we know we need to look at. City Clerk?
I believe we need universal bylaws for all of the boards and commissions. I think that would be a great way to get them all in doing the same thing.
Oh, Councilmember Fellows?
I'm going to disagree with that because I do think allowing commissions to have their own autonomy for how they want to, set their own governance rules is another feature of allowing the commissions to have some agency over how they want to organize. I understand it's just easier probably for clerking and just general city business to like, oh, these are the bylaws for everyone, but I'm always going to be less for, this like, here's how the rules are from the top down. And I think, by the ordinance already does that. The ordinance has already established what the broad scope and all the things are, and then how commissions want to conduct or themselves and interpret how they do business is up to them.
Councilmember Simmons and then clerk.
I wonder, similarly to the idea of the like agenda minutes, whether this is another thing where there can be kind of like a template so that there's really clear like things that the bylaws need to cover. There's some things that I think probably cover like crossover across all of them, some of the things, especially in terms of the relation with council, there's some things that I think probably could be more standardized, but then they can have like they all at least know that they're touching on X, Y, and Z. And then, then there's the spaces where they can, have things that could be specific to their body or things like that. But at least that helps to make sure that all these certain points are covered so that when we are looking at them, we're not like, oh, this one doesn't talk about this, but this one does talk about that, and this one doesn't, But if there's some consistency in terms of what needs to be covered across the board, then that might make it easier for the commissions to say, oh, hey, actually, as a body, this would work better for us. We would prefer to use fist of 5 as opposed to Robert's rules, like things like that, like, cause that's just like, this is how we, like, how are we like showing consensus? This is how that happens. Here's what the options are, in the template.
So I guess I would look at it more that the bylaws would be the very broad, overreaching that everybody would follow, and then maybe they would write their own like rules of order. And the reason I would suggest that is every few years, or sometimes more often, your boards are changing. And if this body adopts those bylaws, you're not going to look at them again, and then to spend the time going through and redoing bylaws, those are tenets that shouldn't change often, right? So if we had a broad set of bylaws, but then allowed each board or commission to kind of set up their rules of order that sort of follow under there, but giving them broad range to, make a lot of their own choices within that, but that fall within the scope. So everybody is kind of following the same process and procedure. That's kind of where I was.
During that organizational meeting.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Laura McLean.
I can support the conceptual idea, at least, of there being some freedom within each of the commissions. But I do think one of the areas that should be consistent is the use of Robert's rules.
I agree.
I think they are designed to provide clarity on what actions have been taken. And, they're not perfect, and you lose something by, perhaps by forcing it into that kind of a system, but I think you gain a lot too. And I'd say that I think that's essential, absolutely essential. I think it's a big part of the reason that we have lack of clarity in our relationship with at least one of the commissions.
Councilmember Simmons.
So I would say, I mean, especially being in a lot of places where either we have been like, we started off with it and then moved away, both in terms of my job, but also, for instance, when we had the ad hoc committee for community benefits ordinance. And one of the things that we decided was actually we could have, and especially when you have folks, I mean, something like that, right? You're coming in ad hoc for a couple of months. And to be able to get stuck behind something that feels so formal as Robert's rules, I feel like, also limits people in the space. But we were able to work really well at figuring out consensus using other models. Robert's rules is just what has happened. And there's actually lots of different rules. I actually learned there's like, I don't know, is it like Martha's rules or something? I was like, I don't know what that is, but I'm interested. I want to know. So I think that I would say, again, this is one of those areas like, I think that there's a difference between when the body needs to vote. So, to vote to send something to council, and that's the kind of thing that needs to be tracked in a more formal manner, then you use a voting mechanism. But to have discussion or to determine some things, you can do that without a vote. And then for people to be able to talk without knowing, oh, you have to motion this or table that, some of those things I think actually, especially at this level, remember, we keep saying that they're advisory. Like that's why, I don't actually have the same feelings about term dates because to me, again, it's not like the seats aren't the same as the people in the seats, the same way council is. I don't think of it as the same. I don't think those should function the same way as council. But whatever, I don't have that many things. But this is another area where it's like if we're saying we're being really clear that they're advisory, that they don't get to make decisions, that council makes the decisions, then I feel like we don't need to put so many barriers in. And something like this, I mean, some of them will, again, fully do it. But I think for some of the commissions, especially when they are just trying to have conversations and talk about things in a different manner, I don't think we have to over formalize things. I think it makes sense when they have to take an action that then there's a specific vote that gets recorded for that. But I do think that, part of this is that this is an entry point into democratic process. And like democratic process isn't Robert's rules. So, I mean, so I think that, this idea of like the rules of order that you were talking about, like that feels like maybe a middle space because part of that is like, how do we determine consensus? How do we determine when things are moving or how we're sharing our people resources? And that is something where they can have some decision, and that's where people can bring in these different pieces. Otherwise, there's not like that many things that they're gonna be able to, I think, really adjust. So. Councilmember Fellows, and then you.
The majority or at least half of the commissions barely use Robert's rules as it is, including including the CBO commissions, as was mentioned. I'm just sensing, in interest of time, I'm sensing there isn't necessary consensus on this topic. So, I don't know if we want to move on from the bylaws thing, but I think like having a template is a fine idea, but I believe, all the commissions have their own bylaws at this point, so that's a little bit of a template already. So imposing another one, I think should just be up to the discretion of the members of the commission.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I like the idea of universal bylaws. I like your interpretation of that, as setting those as broad. I think that having commissions review their bylaws takes away from them doing the work that's supposed to be happening. I'm not, I see the utility of Robert's rules. And within Robert's rules, there is flexibility from the chair in terms of how you go about having a discussion. You can take that out of that formal setting and do that. So there's lots of different ways to do that, and you can do that by the chair's discretion or by requests from any of the members. But I think in terms of the voting of the body, that has to be there. And so, I like the universal with the structure that you were talking about as a guideline, and then Robert's rules as the formal. But part of the reason that there are many commissions that don't understand Robert's rules. That's the whole point of doing the training, is so that things can move through there, and people aren't sitting there going. And to that point, I have seen a particular commission completely stymied by a hostile member who knew Robert's rules better than anybody. And it was painful. It was painful to everybody on the commission, and it was painful to watch. And so that obstructionist view of those rules has to be tempered as well. So I think this goes for further discussion. But that's all I'll get on the bylaws. So.
Anything further on bylaws? For me, more discussion. All right, and lastly, outreach. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Councilmember Sims? Yeah.
Well, I can say both things. So I wonder, just in terms of when you were looking at thinking about universal bylaws, if that's something that you would draft something around what that would look like.
I could, absolutely, yes.
Just to bring back and like in terms of what would that be, and then we can kind of see, does that give the flexibility or not?
Absolutely,
I don't
I'll
know
do
if
that.
that's something that we can have something to go off of. Thank you. And then outreach, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think we gotta make it fun again, y'all. It's like, like this can't all be drudgery. I keep being like, democracy is not drudgery, y'all. I mean, as our country's falling apart, we need people to actually want to lean in, and commissions is an introduction. And like, I mean, yeah, sometimes I'm like, whoa, why do we choose this for ourselves? So I think that would be great to like help that, and also help people to be able to talk to people who are on the commissions and things like that. So I know in the past, one of the things we had talked about when we had that work group was some kind of like a fair that would be connected with, I know we were talking about field day. No, yeah, was that what was that what we're
Field day.
call that? Yeah, because we want to do a ward by ward. So yeah, I want to put yourself to that, but go ahead. What you say?
Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, I was just saying, I do think, and this goes, and I think that, I love the idea of having some kind of recognition too. Like, so whatever, I mean, it doesn't have to be field day. It just, it sounds fun. Plus I really want to play tug the rope, but I'm
saying against Ward 1, but go ahead.
This is actually literal field day.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yes, I think it would be a literal field day, like something where, because then it's like you can bring out, it could be all ages, you can have different of kind of things that where people are getting to know each other, having fun, seeing the city like in a different light. But then we also have tables. We have each of the commissions. We have different representatives. They're like, what are the different resources the city has? Did you know that you can sign up here and learn about composting? Did you know you can sign up here and go get your rain garden together? But like where all these different resources are there, but people aren't gonna come. Like I'm not gonna suggest we do a fair. Nobody's gonna come. I mean, like, there's gonna be like the like nerdy people like me will come. We'll be like, oh yeah, hey y'all. But like, that's why I was saying something that was like active, fun, that you want to bring your kids to. Younger folks in the city want to come to. Older folks would come to do stuff. Maybe they're not gonna play tug the rope, but I think that's why I was saying that something that would draw people, and where we would also be able to put information for it. That's why I was suggesting a field day. Plus, some of us get competitive, as you see Rep King over here, trying to shout out Ward 1. But anyway, yeah. So that's what. So anyway, so I think that would be really a fun thing, and then there could be the celebration, the recognition, and then people are like, oh yeah, this is fun. These folks are having a good time. Maybe I should join it. So that's usually what I have a hard time when I'm talking to people sometimes.
It gets to me and like, oh.
When's the next field day?
Right, when are we-
But I also think we had talked about it bringing pride, to the members of the community in their own ward. People will get to know what ward they are in, because the reality is some people don't even know what ward they're in.
Correct. Like, no, they live in the city or not.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yes, yes.
I mean that respectfully. There are people who I have like 7 emails right now, folks yelling at me about something that's not in our city limits.
Mhm.
So, that's important. education has always been something we've talked about, and I know city manager, even back when he was city clerk, we've talked about this around how do we get out into community to make sure folks know, again, the basics. Because that also leads to folks being disengaged, right? When you, for instance, are reaching out to me and I'm like, oh, I have to connect you to this other person because I'm actually not your representative or X, Y, and Z. And that doesn't feel good to have to keep calling. It's like when you're calling someone, they transfer you 7 times to every department when you have a problem. Nobody wants to do that. But it also requires us to then get out and educate folks. And I actually was meeting with some mayors today in Lansing, and we came up with kind of like a template, meat and potatoes, about like civic engagement and like form levels of government and who does what and how do you know who your representatives are. And then there are other organizations who do some of that too. So we could partner better in getting information out. Councilmember Tuesday?
Yeah, so as far as outreach, one of the things that YPAC does is we're in our rounds of hiring the police chief, Kirk Moore. There was a YPAC put together like a meet and greet. And I think it was at the Riverside Arts Center. Thank you. As well as recently at Peacenik, some YPAC members were, perusing around Park Ridge Park, talking to individuals about what YPAC is, what the role is, so on and so forth. And I think that as much as outreach is a responsibility for us on council, try and get new people to come onto the boards and commissions and whatnot, also would help if commission members on these boards would do the same just as well, just like YPAC and other boards do as well. Yeah.
I agree with that. I think we have to empower them to do so and also give them the resources. Like they would likely need things
Right.
to be able to do that.
Yeah, like YPAC needed cards and then they got shirts that they eventually paid for, but
Always
Speaking
add
of
that part on they
shirts.
paid for.
Mhm.
Sidebar,
They
bag
paid
of shirts for you all in the car. I'll get them soon. I meant to bring them in. Anyway.
That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on outreach. You brought that back in front of mine for me. Okay. Councilmember McLean.
I don't know if you were going to take comments kind of wrapping up this whole.
Yeah, sure.
One thing I just wanted to suggest that I think I'll try to do, unless there's strong pushback, but the mention on term limits, at least with regard to the ethics commission. If we actually have no members on that, that's a readily fixable problem probably. So I'd like to bring forward a resolution next, or we need to do an ordinance.
It's an ordinance.
Yeah, that would require an ordinance amendment.
To get that one taken care of rather than wait I don't see a really good reason to wait 2 months on that one. I'll leave the YPAC alone, but
Yeah. Especially if we have folks who want to participate and can't
Right.
because they've turned out already.
right.
So,
We do have members on YPAC, so that's not quite so urgent, but the fact that nobody on is a problem.
so just the previous members that have termed out, they would need to be reappointed, just.
Oh, yeah.
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 And so you would prefer not to put YPAC on the next meeting, just do ethics and do that quickly?
Yeah, I think I agree with Councilmember McLean was saying that like ethics has no one on it. And so that to me is a little bit more pressing than
Absolutely.
YPAC that has members and they're working. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I had mentioned at the previous meeting for council business, I was going to start reaching out to applicants of the last year who expressed interest in the ethics board, which there are many. So I started doing that, but it's kind of a lengthy process because you got to first say like, hey, you applied 9 months ago. Are you still interested? So any help from any other council members to fill those roles would be great. And because even as was mentioned, there's prior folks in the community that have served in the past. There's also a lot of people that haven't served and that are interested in the ethics commission. So can move forward on that.
Is there a way to get that pulled out, like just for ethics, so that we have them, we can share the load of reaching out to people? Because I know, again, that's right.
That list is online.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
I don't think
thought
we can
some
sort.
people apply for like multiple things, and so when I try to pull things out, it doesn't come out very clear. At least for me, unless I'm doing it wrong. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can sort that way,
Okay.
but I can look at
Yeah,
it.
we have the list, so it's okay. You know, you gotta ask. There may have been a way. Okay. Further closing remarks on our discussion? All right, well, I'll just say I appreciate that we moved through this. I think this was actually very helpful. And so we will continue. City manager.
If I could ask one more question about the ethics ordinance, the Board of Ethics requires that you state your party affiliation and it has to be balanced. Is that something council still wants to continue?
Remove it.
Remove that?
Say more about what.
So
balance
that
means.
it has to be balanced politically. So you have to state your party affiliation and you can't have, it's 5, so you're gonna have more on one side, but you have to state that and it has to be balanced as much as possible.
Possible. I'd like to see the language.
Come from? Is that
It's in
like,
the ethics ordinance.
no, I mean, but how did that count? Whoever created that?
Yep.
Did that? Oh, okay. Councilmember Fellows?
As I understand it, that the prior ethics commission members, just because of the community that we live in, there wasn't like enough people that were affiliated with the Republican Party that wanted to be part of ethics. So the way this was ameliorated was people that were either independent or Democrat. So I think it's just maybe a necessary boundary and it just could be removed. But you know, we can look at that language.
Yeah, I'll send that to council.
Thank you. I thought I saw a hand over here, did I?
No,
Councilmember
but
Fellows?
is there any like state laws mandating it?
Yes.
No.
No.
We created, we, not us, but the council created the ordinance, so. Okay.
The only other place I can think of that is in election, observation.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all, thank you. All right, we'll move into our 2 ordinances. Councilmember Tucson, you have our first.
Indeed.
46.
Indeed. So resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas YCUA Board of Commissioners approved a recommendation to City Council for a water and readiness to serve rate increase, and whereas the proposed increase of 4.75% to city division customers would become effective September 1st, 2025. And whereas the Great Lakes Water Authority's water charge increase to YCUA was 5.69%, which becomes effective July 1, 2025. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the Readiness to Serve Water Rate Increase Ordinance, ordinance number 1446, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember Tucson,
Support.
supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor Brown and members of council. I'm here again. I'm also here with Dwayne Harrigan, our finance director. What I would like to do is just, because water and sewer rates are so tied together, I kind of give a broad overview during the first one, yet they're so intertwined. For the sewer, there's just going to be less details, but welcome any questions anytime. As we go through the budget process every single year, we kind of look for our driving philosophy or strategy in the budget. And really for me, since I've been at YCUA, it is investment in our infrastructure, reinvestment. And this year, really what came is tempering our forecast on consumption. Definitely coming out of COVID, we saw an uptick in usage, and we kind of was trying to figure out what is future usage going to look like as there's a return to work, as there's commercial activity changes. We haven't seen that uptick since. So we definitely are tempering our forecast moving forward. Our usage last year was about what the usage was in 21. So that always is a dilemma that the water utilities, across the country face, is as devices, equipment, society becomes more efficient in using water, our costs go up, but our consumption goes down, which drives rates up to cover existing costs. Our anticipated budget for this year is, we're estimating revenue to be 50.91 million and expenditures to be 51.39 million. That does include depreciation, but does not include debt service. Councilmember Tucson did mention the GLWA increase, which was 5.69%. I would advise council that this is the first year that GLWA is done with their what they called their 4% promise. When the Great Lakes Water Authority was stood up 10 years ago, they made a promise. I'm not sure if it was a requirement, but it definitely was a public promise that they made to their service communities to limit the revenue requirement in their budget annually to 4%. That doesn't mean that the rate increases that contract communities saw would be limited at 4%, but they wouldn't raise their budget requirement more than 4%. This is the first year coming out of it. They've definitely, myself and Dwayne and a number of YCUA staff are very involved in a number of these GLWA committees. And just looking down the road, we're looking at significant increases coming from GLWA. This year, there was quite a bit of public pushback regarding an original north of 7% increase that they had originally proposed. That was pushed back down to the 5.38. YCUA, every contract community sometimes is a little different depending on the characteristics of their contract. So that's just something to be aware. That 4% promise is not there anymore. The overall budget increase this year from last year is about 1.8%. So we definitely are doing our best to hold expenditures as tight as possible. One of the biggest increases is, again, $675,000 increase in just the purchase of GLWA water. That is our single largest line item in our budget. Also, professional services is going up about $500,000. This can be an array of engineering services, skilled services, electrical services, mechanical, and so forth that the plants and pump stations and infrastructure needs to service it. When we have equipment that is failing or needs service, sometimes internal staff are unable to address those items, and we reach out for external assistance to ensure that those systems are up and operational. Capital acquisitions for this year planned. We continue to spend quite a bit on road repairs. This year, we're planning about $800,000 in road repairs. Those are typically a result of main breaks or water laterals, sewer laterals that break or need service from YCUA. Our staff is doing a great job over at the service center of looking at different technologies. We've purchased new technology to do more lining of sewer mains and so forth to sort of try to have less disruption to the landscape and the pavement surfaces that are very costly to repair. So hopefully some of those new technologies that we're trying to adopt pay some dividends. Our fleet is significantly aging. If you see YCUA fleet vehicles driving around your community, you'll see some of them in disrepair. One of the major items we need to purchase this year is a Vector truck. That is the large vacuum style vehicle that drives around and vectors debris and material out of sewers, has a flushing mechanism to it to flush sewers, basically make sure the sewers are clean and functioning and flowing so that things don't back up either into homes and or on the ground for sanitary sewer overflows. A reduced amount of investment in the treatment plant. We've had some large capital projects, but we're anticipating about $700,000 worth of potential cash expenditures for improvements in the plant. Typically, this is switchgear repair. We just got approval for $100,000 to replace a transformer at the plant. So there can be some large items that come up that require repair throughout the year that are not part of a planned capital project. We recently just came to City Council regarding a number of drinking water revolving fund projects. So those continue to move forward. Would welcome any questions on those. We're nearing completion of a major construction project at the plant. If you've driven by the plant in the last year or so, it hasn't smelt the best. So we're trying to wrap that project up. That was also a state revolving fund project, but we've got the covers back on the influent wet well, which is where all the wastewater comes into the facility, and hopefully getting the chemical systems and fans and so forth up. Literally, they should have already been up a week ago, but they're not. So we're trying to struggle through those improvements right now and hopefully any day. One major item that I would advise also council on is there is a difference in what we're proposing between the city and township this year for rate increases. A lot of that is due to fiscal year 26-27 for city council. We're actually seeing just a little above $750,000 worth of debt service coming off for Water Street bonds for city council. So we're developing a strategy to ensure that revenue matches expenditures, and we're seeing large amounts of debt coming off the city, which is a good thing because investment was made 20 years ago to make those improvements in the infrastructure. Based upon this information, in regards to I kind of always have to put these together because that's how we look at it, but we are proposing a 4.75% increase in water rates. I think when you talk about a bill, you just need to talk about everything because that's what a customer sees. They don't get to pay just water and or just sewer. So we always use 10 units of usage YCA bills bi-monthly for our residential users. On a bi-monthly basis, this would increase average bill to about $147. This is an increase of about $6.92 on a bi-monthly basis, or $3.46 per month. Would also remind council, YCA continues to support and connect customers with the WRAP program through GLWA. That's the Water Residential Assistance Program. Funding for that can be difficult at times. There is adequate funding for existing customers that are in the program, but we've definitely seen difficulty getting new applicants into that program. Sometimes they may be in a waiting list for some period of time before they can get put on there. So that is something that the revenue that comes into that program, partially funded, I believe, through GLWA, partially funded through all the contract communities. YCA pays a portion of our revenue into that program. So it's somewhat self-sustaining. We also work with Washtenaw County on the low-income household water assistance program, connect customers with that. That is grant dollars. So I don't believe that grant has been renewed. So when those grant dollars have been expended, I'm not familiar if there's going to be another influx of money for that program. And with that said, I would take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons.
Hello, I have a number of questions. So as I was looking at some of the information, I just wanted to check some clarity for something. One is, as I was looking at it, it looked like the rates are going up because people are consuming less water. So that's one part. It seemed like people are consuming less, so the rates are going up to fill that. And that just made me think about, that feels like kind of a inverse, like incentive. Like there's no incentive for less consumption, because if you consume less, then we actually need to raise the rates on you. And that people might be trying to consume less water due to trying to cut expenses, as well as what I see really as a population and culture shift too, where, for instance, fewer people are looking to maintain pristine lawns, which then means that they're using less water to, go right. But that would mean that they actually wouldn't be able to recognize the drop in the bill. So I want to check for that, because that's what it looks like to me, that we're saying that because people are consuming less water, we need to actually increase the rates on them.
I do think that is a factor that plays into it. The authority probably 5 years ago went through a rate study and went away from, we used to have a fixed charge for 7 units of usage. So we tried to get to where conservation was more of a fixture inside of the rate model. So now there's what we call an RTS fee that's part of the water bill. And the way that rate model was developed is the fixed cost that the authority has on the books, such as when we do water main improvements or pump station improvements, those are fixed costs. Those bond payments don't fluctuate regardless of usage. What does fluctuate with usage is electricity, chemicals, and those type of items. So those cost centers essentially get placed into the commodity piece. So there is some incentive to use, to save money and use less water. That's definitely available to YCA customers. We have the sprinkler program. If you are watering your grass, you don't have to pay sewage on it. But water utilities across the United States, definitely in some of these areas, are struggling, because as consumption goes down, our costs don't go down with it necessarily. And Great Lakes Water Authority, the biggest water provider, definitely in this area, and one of the largest providers in the country, struggles with this same issue, where the usage is going down substantially, but their costs don't track that.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I guess this is like a challenge, especially because especially when looking at that, one of the areas so much is like professional services. And, we talk about this a lot. We see a lot of expenses rising. And right now, like, reality is that we're seeing possibly like really untenable amounts of an increase in costs, especially for lowest income people, is about to hit for folks. And so there's a lot of fear around that. And so it's just like, it becomes difficult, because in this space, I think about, you know, how do we hold steady public and required costs for people? And so everyone else is getting increases, but the people who have to pay it, like you can't even live in a place without having water, right? Like, right? You can't do all these things. So then these required expenses are always going up, but nothing else goes up. And our public services are constantly going up because of everyone is getting more pay, all these different things in order to function supposedly, but no, that, you know, so this is just becomes a big issue to me. And so that's where I'm like, that's why it feels a little funky that like that this is the way that we kind of find that or fill those gaps, which is to say that we have to raise the amount, you know, the rate for each of those units to take over for like consumption. Because really it means that like there's really like where do people get relief? Like it kind of seems like there's not a way for people to get relief within this within their water. And what we saw too, even with these services that you named, when we're looking at the bills that are not being paid, water is one of the highest. That's one of the highest things that then are creating things where people are having liens or things then on their houses because of that. And so, you know, so I kind of am trying to figure out like, what is that relief? How are we supporting people and how are we making sure that this is aligned? And if each time when everyone says, okay, we need this increase, it's 4% this time, it'll be 6% this time, it'll, you know, each of these things, then even though each month it seems like, oh, it's $6, then when it's compounded and next year it's going to be another, you know. So that's one set of questions I'm trying to grapple with it because it's really hard for me to go back to people and say, I know, and we're just continually going up. There's going to be no relief. I can't tell you to get rid of your lawn and that's going to help because actually if you get rid of your lawn, they're just going to increase the rates. So that was one of my questions. The other one is around the capital improvement projects and just wondering when I was looking at the list, so looked like there were like 9 different capital improvement projects. And I was trying to figure out how many of those kind of support the needs of city residents specifically. So I noticed there's obviously one of the least expensive ones, which is the Harriet Street water main replacement for 0.85 million. So that obviously is in the city, I think, right?
Yes.
And then I know that there's also obviously the water meter upgrades, although is that like prorated for how many, you know, like how many's in this population versus in general? Like the full cost is like across our 20 to 25,000 people as opposed to across all of the members and then it's split? Does that my question make sense?
So in regards to the water meter upgrades, the 2.28 million is just for the approximately 5,000 or so customers within the city.
Okay.
That project was coupled with West Warner and Harriet Street, which is part of a drinking water revolving fund project that the city qualified for, where you actually the city received about $600,000 and so of loan forgiveness. So that was a very high value project for the city to where we got a lot of work done and got that grant loan forgiveness part of it.
And so then in terms of how many of the other capital improvement projects, because that was another thing with saying like the rates were changed or kind of trying to match what these capital improvement projects. So how many of them support the need of the city residents?
The projects that the city would be involved in would be any plants at the wastewater treatment plant. So the Headworks odor control project, the electrical switchgear, any local projects are divided between the city or township. So those debt payments are specific to the city and or township, depending on what jurisdiction they're in. So only capital projects local for the city right now are West Warner, Harriet Street, water meter upgrades, and that's.
And so you're saying that even though they're on this list of all the capital improvements, that the city's rates are not going up in order to help fund the capital improvement projects that are not happening in the city.
So the city does not participate in any costs for the township improvements or local projects. On the only shared costs that the city participates in are costs directly at the wastewater treatment plant. And those are costs based upon the flow from the city and the capacity that the city has in the treatment plant. So those are shared between the city and township and all the contributing communities.
Mm-hmm.
So that's somewhere around 15%. Does that sound right for the city? For shared projects, 15 to 20% on shared projects only at the plant.
I'm just writing this down. And then my last question for now is, so one of the things that has come forward, and so I want to ask about this, is around plans that Yucca has around the potential data center. And there's still some things about like, where the water comes from, but if they are joining into the utility, the kind of plan for how, like, what that regulation, like what kind of preparation you all already are doing around that, and also the ways that protect that those costs don't fall to ratepayers, especially around capital improvement needs, things at the plant, all that stuff that happens, that is where there's a lot of concern of how those increases will then wind up shifting to people.
Great question on the data center. Definitely a popular topic on news media right now. There's 2 data centers that are being discussed with the authority. The details that we have on either project are extremely limited. I don't have any specific plans, or none of those have moved in any specific detail other than really what you see out in the media. We've not been approached by U of M specifically, other than just some casual conversations, and through Augusta Township and the larger data center development through the New York firm. That's the larger data center that's being proposed. The different numbers that are coming out are anywhere from 3 to maybe 6 million gallons of peak usage in Augusta. So that's a lot of usage. That's definitely well in excess of most communities. The data center in the township is much smaller. They've thrown numbers around a couple 100,000 gallons. So those are kind of right in the realm of what a normal larger industry for us. We supply water to them. So that doesn't really raise our eyebrows too much. What we're doing to prepare for these, though, is we've reached out to our consultant to do some preliminary engineering and modeling. And any of that work that we do on behalf of those industries, they pay for that engineering work. We pass that cost on to them directly. So any work that's being done for Augusta or that data center, they would pay the full cost of that engineering work and hydraulic modeling on the system that would have to be performed. In regards to other things we may do to prepare for a couple 100,000 gallons, not much we would do, because it's just not a large enough usage to make any significant changes in our system. Our system, as I've discussed, the consumption has done nothing but go down. 10, 15 years ago, our contract usage with GLWA was 26, 27 million gallons a day. Our peak usage this year is 14. We're 10 million gallons off of some of our usage 10 years ago. Maybe in 23 we hit 18. So all these numbers have went down, yet we still have most of the same transmission mains, most of the same pump stations and pumps and so forth. So we have the factory to build the cars. We're just not building that many cars, would be the way I'd put it. I also think YCOA is uniquely positioned because we take water from Great Lakes Water Authority. We're not like Ann Arbor that draws water from the Huron River, or Saline, or some of these other communities that have wells. YCOA has access to Great Lakes Water Authority, which is also the Great Lakes. So everything that GLWA is pushing to us these days is we have capacity in our system. It is not efficient. So participating in making that system more efficient should be beneficial to all ratepayers. What that may look like, we don't know, because we don't have the numbers at this point, how that may look. In regards to other concerns, the sewer usage from some of these different data centers, YCA, I believe, has a robust industrial pretreatment program. So we would require that any of those discharges that come into the sewer system comply with our sewer use ordinance and our limits. And we think we have some of the most stringent policies in the state of Michigan. And we want to, of course, ensure that the water we return to the environment, which we don't get from the Great Lakes, we discharge back to the Rouge River and or the Huron, don't impair those water bodies or upset aquatic life and so forth. So we would have to ensure that all those requirements are met.
And so just on that, there's two little things. So you're saying that there's a data center project in Augusta, which is separate from the data center, the two in the township, or are those connected?
They have nothing to do with each other.
So that's two different ones. And you're saying the one in the township, that seems like so surprising to me. Like it's only because they're saying it's supposed to be the biggest supercomputer ever. So it feels weird that it's not supposed to actually use a lot of resource in that way. I know that you're not answering that. I'm just saying that the math doesn't math, because if it's a supercomputer, it's supposed to be the largest, it's supposed to be super. It seems like it's probably going to be hotter. So that's just one thought that it just doesn't necessarily add up to me. But then the other question is, as you're saying that you take it, you process it, you'll return it. So does the authority, like in terms of how, like that cooling of the water, because that's like such a big part, it's just like the heat that it comes through, and then also the different particles or the different contaminants that it might come into contact with. And so would you suspect that there need to be any changes in how it's cleaned and then how it is cooled, what Yucca would do for that process?
I'm not overly concerned with the contaminants that would come. Most of these are evaporative cooling processes and or non-contact cooling processes. So sometimes there's a mineral buildup, but YCA has long history of experience. I have personal experience in dealing with industrial wastewaters, metal platers, automotive manufacturing. Non-contact cooling water for computers is not a major concern, but of just like any industrial discharge into the authority, we would evaluate it. We would look at that process. I don't know what that process is right now because we're not privy to that information. And the scale and size of these I read everything that you also read in the media. I don't think size necessarily equates to consumption and need for water. And the technologies they use can be different. So I'm not 100% positive on those. But I am confident that any facility that discharges wastewater to us will need to meet the limits. The state of Michigan will require that so that we meet limits leaving our plant. And at any time, if that facility does not meet those limits, we have been through this process many times with other industries. They will be issued a cease and desist order until they become compliant with those limits.
Thanks. That's all my questions for now.
Councilmember Fells, I saw your hand, and then Councilmember.
Yes, that's a few questions. You said that the township rate increase is different. What is their proposed rate increase?
The township rate is commensurate with the GLWA rate, which is 5.69%.
Okay, so it's slightly higher. And when you're speaking of water efficiency being a main driver for revenue loss, is that efficiencies in residential services, commercial, or industrial?
All of the above.
All of the above?
One of the biggest experiences we personally, Dwayne and I talk about it all the time, is when General Motors started making significant improvements in their powertrain facility. We've had industrial users use 3, 4, 5 million gallons of water. So when we receive inquiries that, well, YCA's never provided that much water to industries, we have that experience. We have that infrastructure to provide that water, but those facilities install new systems, as these data centers could install a new system shortly after they start it, because they start to see the costs of purchasing potable water, and that drops off significantly.
And as far as scale, though, the industrial users it's millions of gallons, whereas, residential users much less. Even commutatively, the industrial users are using much more water.
But it's that cumulative effect. As you install more efficient dishwashers, as community members decide not to water the grass if they do not want to afford it, or they put in sprinkler meters, all of those things play factors in reduced consumption.
Mhm. But I'm kind of interested in the relational numbers between how much is the reduction coming from industry versus residential. That would be something I'd be curious to see at some point.
I don't have the specific numbers. I would say there's two things playing in the industrial commercial sector for YCUA. It is not only the more efficient use of water at those facilities, and it's also the loss of those facilities in our community.
Understood. And the last time YCUA was here, it was to approve, regulatory standards for PFAS, the industrial pretreatment program. And it was my understanding then that this would provide, in some way, new revenue stream in the form of fees. And so I'm just wondering, like, is that happening? Since these new standards, which are far above EPA standards, have gone into effect, has there been industry that's been, dinged for being a part of the pretreatment program and also fined?
I'm not, the component that I believe you're referencing from the recent sewer use ordinance changes or revisions, the PFAS were new parameters placed in the ordinance. There's no revenue tied to those. What was tied to revenue was what we call the Special Allocation Program, or SALs. These are for only compatible pollutants such as ammonia, phosphorus, biochemical oxygen demand, and solids. We have this provision now in our program that's been provided through the ordinance to put some of this capacity on a shelf, so that if a specific industry comes through, for example, if they do zinc phosphating on metal, and they may need a little bit extra phosphorus than the old method, which was everybody gets the same piece of pie, regardless of what type of industrial activity you do. We know from a treatment perspective, if I give all that capacity to everybody, that it limits how much I can give to the one person that may be having that individual process. So this new program has a very, and I mean small sliver, maybe 5%, that is put on a shelf and can be given to these industries for extra revenue. In regards to the status of that program, I literally just signed the last permit for that today, because that had to go through all of our contract communities. We had to update the program, then update the permits. Then the industrial users have to apply for those special allocations. So we're just kind of getting to the point of being able to actually issue those agreements to those industries.
Understood. So that would be very interesting to see the results of. Do believe that I think this is probably more the direction that needs to happen, where we diversify revenue streams a bit, or at least the more consumptive industrial users are not being offset by residential users having rate increases, which is a much different scale of use. So I would like to see that more in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember King?
So, a few of my questions are kind of the same. I know last year, I can't remember beyond last year, but you came in and it was a rate increase then. I'm wondering, is there any decrease in the future? I know you said it's around $7 per bill, but I'm wondering, is there any decrease in the future?
To be honest, I don't see that, because the largest line item for us is the purchase of GLWA water. And those increases, the 4% promise is gone. I do think we're looking at larger single-digit increases from GLWA. It's hard for us as an authority to absorb those costs. For us, that's now approaching about $13 million a year in purchasing GLWA water. I think the upside to that is we're part of a large, resilient system. One of the promises I like to make to City Council, to the Township Board, is that YCUA, I think, has been very fiscally responsible with our expenditures and staying on top of our capital improvement projects and being very aggressive with federal funding, state funding, and so forth. I don't see it anywhere where we can get away from the single-digit increases, but what I don't want to do is underinvest in the system. So the few catastrophic failures that we've had in our system, we've just seen what happened in the city of Detroit a few months ago when they have large transmission mains break, and the impact that has on the community. I don't want to see that in our community. I want to stay on top of our capital investments, and I know it's impactful to residents, but to not invest in water, not having water is kind of like a not acceptable mode of business for us, right? We want to make sure our customers get high quality water and that service is not interrupted. Those costs that we're incurring are increasing every single year, and there's not a lot we can do about it.
And so I guess you answered that question, but when we do get our end of the year, what goes into taxes, water bills are like one of the biggest things on there. You mentioned earlier there are some difficulties, people getting assistance. What are those difficulties?
YCUA has multiple staff members that help connect customers to these assistance programs. Those customers, it's my understanding that those customers that are in those programs now are receiving assistance and funding for their, based upon their income for their water bills. For example, know today there's a number of customers that come that end up on the tax bills that has very little to do with their ability to pay. They just decide not to pay and defer that payment. The authority tries to connect customers to those programs. So I think there's a myriad of reasons why they may not be on there. And then again, like I mentioned earlier, there is a number of customers that I have heard about recently that are trying to get in those programs, and they're essentially waiting for funding to become available.
We used to have a very aggressive turnoff policy, which we have stopped during COVID. We haven't restarted. So that's one thing that's helped some of the customers, is it was administrative challenge every week when we were turning off 40, 50 people a week.
Okay. And so I know that has been an issue for some people in the past. And I'm not saying cut the water off, but I'm saying sometimes when I've heard some of my constituents have an issue with their water bill, they can't get help because they are not even receiving the shut-off notices.
Most agencies now,
Can you come to the podium so I can, for the, yep.
a lot of agencies understand that, and they've started working with a lot of people because of that. Because that was one of the requirements, was you had to have a shut off, let it be shut off. But they understand a lot of communities stop doing it, and you have to give the aid, or you have to, but they're allowing to give aid without the shut off. And we can do letters too that talk about their hardship or whatever. We've sent those out to some of the agencies.
Okay, my last question is, if this does not pass tonight, what would that look like?
It's a tough question. I don't believe it's ever occurred. I believe we're asking for a reasonable increase in our budget, which is 1.8%. And there is debt service covenants and commitments that the city has made on these projects. I would never advise council to not approve the rate increases. What I do is I come up here before you very honestly with the cost that we're seeing, and a significant increase from Great Lakes Water Authority. These are commitments that, we're in long-term commitments with GLWA. I don't have an ability to get another water source. I think we're looking ahead, trying to mitigate these increases to the best of our ability.
Councilmember McLean, and I also have to open the public hearing, so. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item of clarity, I think. You talked about the idea that we're using less water and therefore needing to still cover especially fixed costs, that rates then go up. But I think I also heard you said there really is room for savings for individual customers if they use less water. Right? Because if I use 10% less, I'm going to see 10% less on that portion of my bill that is tied to the water purchase. Now, if everybody does that, if everybody does the 10%, then it's going to offset it. But mathematically, there's still your bill is still going to go down, and capture 99% of that that reduced usage.
And that was like a fundamental change that the authority made years ago. I wasn't there at the authority when they made the change, but we used to have a model that there was no such thing as a fixed cost. Everybody paid 7 units of usage. So we went away from that model, and through the new rate study, put costs such as debt service and those fixed costs in a bucket. And now those are kind of called RTS, or readiness to serve. That's the cost of basically making sure that the infrastructure is available to provide water to the customer. Then the O&M costs, electricity, chemicals, and so forth, natural gas, those fluctuate with usage. So as a customer would use less water, less sewer, those would go down.
I'm gonna pause right now and open the public hearing. So if there's any member of the audience who would like to address council on this matter, please raise your hand. Okay, KJ, and then, yeah, okay. Yep. Sorry, Luke. You'll have 3 minutes. Good.
Good evening. I have a few thoughts. I recently attended Yucca's board meeting, and I was one of 3 people who spoke, and we were told that this was their first instance of public comment. So the thing that stands out to me is this body is not receiving enough attention and likely enough accountability. And that's how we get into these situations where we're coming into conflict about what's going on. The ties between consumption and cost in this are like huge and bigger than this body and bigger than them. But we have to start having meaningful conversations about how to divorce that connection somewhat, because the idea that we need to use more water to keep our water affordable is just sick in a world where water is a precious resource that takes a lot of resources to make available to us. When you are already struggling, accessing any assistance program is a struggle. It is a struggle to take the time out of your day to make those phone calls, to have those conversations. It's not just a practical struggle, but an emotional one. We need to figure out how to reduce consumption of water across the board, and we need to figure out how to do that in a way that does not impact our most vulnerable residents. I challenge they have more details than I do, but the idea that some people are just choosing not to pay. I support an unhoused man who was accused of choosing not to pay his taxes and lost his home, was bulldozed by Habitat for Humanity. They put up 2. He was someone who I was told, was choosing not to pay. He has dementia and profound brain damage and has had 5 strokes in the past year. So when I hear about people choosing not to pay, I think of people like him who I know very well do not have the capacity to pay. He gets a check, he gets a pension check, but he cannot mentally turn around and put that money where it needs to go. And he didn't have the support he needed to keep that from happening to him. So when I hear choosing not to pay, that's what I think about. We need to continue to discuss the data center with them. The idea that it is only going to be a couple 100,000 gallons of water, when we are hearing the other things about it that we are hearing, when we have the numbers from Augusta. You know, Augusta is going to be on 165 acres. This one's going to be on 100 acres. Maybe there's some size difference there, but thank you.
Thank you. Dave? Good evening.
Hello, Dave Strinsky again from Solar Ipsy. Just a thought. We applied for the Eagle grant. There's $156 million from the state to do solar projects. I'm assuming, I don't know what percentage of your operation costs are electricity, but I would say that Yucca should apply for $1 million or $2 million, put a large solar array, do a community solar project, offset their electric bill, and then use those savings to pay for these people who can't pay for their water. So, and if you want to entertain it, let me know and I'll help you do it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to address council on this matter? Anyone on Zoom? City clerk.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No one has their hand up.
Councilmember Tucson, you can close the public hearing.
Resolved by the Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for ordinance number 1446 entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 106, article 5, section 106-454B of the Code of Ordinances to adjust water service rates be officially closed, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. And then I believe I saw Councilmember Simmons. I saw your hand before.
Oh, yes, thank you. I was like, yes. So my question is around, going further upstream then, I suppose. Which is, if I'm hearing that the biggest driver of cost increases is through the Great Lakes Water Authority, my question is, then who do we talk to there? How do we manage, and say to them, how are we supposed to all keep absorbing these increases? Or is there ways that the community can share things directly there?
It's a great question. Authority staff is highly participative with GLWA. Myself, Dwayne, a number of staff members participate in a number of the groups. I participated in a year-long group where we looked at the rates from GLWA and the components of those rates. There is approximately 78 other communities at the table. So we're one of 78 communities with the same concerns and voices. The city of Detroit being, a number of customers that have, concerns regarding ability to pay for increases of water. And it is a problem that we have. I don't necessarily know how to get away from it. We are tied to GLWA. I think other communities that are not part of GLWA are having similar cost issues, but they're different cost issues. They may be PFAS issues, contamination of their raw water, limitations in the amount of water that they can take. I think being part of a larger system, you are kind of handcuffed, for lack of a better word, to that system. I think that comes with advantages, which is some economies of scale, but also when they need to make big investments into their system, we're hamstrung to some of those investments. I will advise council that out of those 78 communities, I don't know the exact number, but YCUA has one of the more competitive rates from GLWA in that system. And we are one of the farthest customers from the GLWA system. There's 5 water treatment plants, and we fully leverage the larger system that we have in the storage. Storage is, it did not get too detailed, but the difference that we can incorporate between peak hour and max day, the closer those two numbers are together, the less we pay into one of those cost pools. So we're able to leverage our system and keep those costs down. There's definitely communities that pay much higher commodity rates than us that are even much closer to the water treatment plants in the GLWA system.
Thank you.
Councilmember Follows?
So are you open to exploring Eagle grants for offsetting electric costs and speaking to Solar Ipsy for that?
So the authority routinely works with the state of Michigan on, I personally have submitted a number of grants for various energy saving projects. We're participating in the revolving fund program. Every grant opportunity that we think we're eligible for, we try our best to participate. Some of these projects, though, require a significant amount of engineering to submit to these grant programs. So we do gauge some of the effort. We don't want to spend $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 at every single grant that comes down if we don't think there's a high probability that we will achieve that grant. The largest energy consumer in our system is recently improved, which is the aeration system at the wastewater treatment plant. Those are state-of-the-art aeration blowers that are incredibly electrically efficient. We've had our engineering consultants look at solar arrays. The plant definitely benefits from having a favorable electricity rate that we've seen over the years. So we're looking at those return on investments all the time whenever those projects come up.
So does that mean that you would be willing to look at it with the offer?
We look at those projects that are appropriate for the plant.
And the other questions also related to what come up in public comment is it sounds like YCUA board doesn't have a public input process.
So if I may, that comment was not made by me. I've been with the authority on and off for 25 years and been part of many public comment sessions. That statement was made by someone, and that everybody's welcome to what experiences they've had at YCA. We do go through periods of time where we don't get a lot of public input. We definitely go through various board meetings where we have a substantial amount of public input. I personally stayed after and answered questions after that meeting. So I think YCA does our best to answer questions and be transparent about the information that we have. And I've just clarified that when I said ability to pay, I was specifically speaking about a business, a profitable business. I was not speaking about residential homeowners.
I was more asking, like, do you have a public input process?
We have to comply with the Open Meetings Act, and we have public comment, and we record our minutes, and we public notice all of our meetings. We have a virtual option for community members to participate. There's not an email, to the best of my knowledge, or an inquiry that we don't personally answer ourselves. I pride myself, and I think the authority prides itself on our customer service.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you had something?
Oh, no, it's just I had gotten those announcements and I had tried to show up for those in the past.
Any further questions or discussion for Luke? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have our next ordinance, 1447.
Resolution number 2025-127, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Yucca Board of Commissioners approved a recommendation to City Council for an increase in the sewer and readiness to serve rate, and whereas the proposed increase of 5.25% to city division customers would become effective September 1st, 2025. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the sewer readiness to serve water increase ordinance number 1447. I so move.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember King. I'm gonna open the public hearing first this time, because Luke kind of shared all of it at once. So if there's anybody in the audience who would like to address council on this topic, which is now specifically the sewer rate increases, please raise your hand. Oh, sure. Do you have additional information to share? Yeah, I don't know if he has anything else.
I just clarify that this is the piece of the water bill that is disconnected from the GLWA cost increase. This is on the sewer side. This is the regional wastewater treatment plant that YCA operates off of State Road. The authority has seen significant cost increases at the plant due to aging infrastructure. The plant went into service in 1982. We have a number of significant capital improvement projects. We have tried to keep rates low on the sewer side, and we're proud of keeping those rates low, but we still have significant cost increase due to natural gas, due to capital investments that we need to make, management of biosolids and so forth that are apply pressure to our budget. And would welcome questions.
The public hearing's open.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. I hear that everyone involved is really trying to do their best to maintain this massive piece of infrastructure. And I just want to continue to keep the idea present that these rate increases are highly impactful, even at a few dollars, for a lot of families in this community. And when we're making them, we need to be pursuing other sources of funding, grants, yes, figuring out how to increase that other revenue stream that is not dependent on people receiving these services. Sorry, let me go back to my notes page. I hear that we also need to be reaching out to other bodies. Like I plan on attending the next Great Lakes Water Authority meeting. That is August 27th at 2 p.m. And that's another space where we all need to be creating accountability. It is not just a failure of one body, as I said. It is also a failure of the public to be civically engaged and continue to advocate on these issues. And I hope that you are going to increase your communication with Yucca about how these cost increase decisions are made, what other methods we could be using to boost our infrastructure and also maintain reasonable service charges to people. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council on this matter? Anyone on Zoom, City Clerk?
No hands are risen.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for ordinance number 1447 entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 106, article 5, section 106-455A of the Code of Ordinances to adjust sewage disposal rates be officially closed. And I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Coxon, supported by Councilmember McLean. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Discussion from council. Any additional questions? Councilmember Fellows?
Just a comment. I think, for next year, it would be good to have a presentation of, just like, the capital improvement costs as compared to the revenue sources as compared, over the course of years. So it's, more clear why, there's a correlation between rates going up and costs going up and all these things, and visual representations and just more data points so people can wrap their minds around it. And I personally would like the information about the industrial pretreatment program, since that's like coming online now, as far as how that is going to affect the revenue stream for YCUA, what you expect you might get from that program being initiated. And just as a one comment about this, I do agree that we need to innovate in order to figure out this larger issue of water. Water is life. Everybody needs it. It really should be free for everyone. We are moving in the opposite direction of that right now. And really all of our services for a small community like Ypsilanti are increasing at least minimum 5% every single service contract that we see. And that is not our increase in our, our general funds and our tax base. It's not producing the same rate increases. So that's why there's all these questions, because it really doesn't feel like, how are we going to sustain this? All the service contracts are going up at a certain rate and we're not growing at the same rate. So it is sort of an existential question, even though it feels like, this is just a run-of-the-mill normal contract. Every year we have this increase, but, this is more than it has been in the past. And you're saying you expect it to increase more. So I do think this is now the time to really think about outside the box for the future and what we can do.
And I appreciate those. Thank you, Councilmember Fellows. I would caution, I do get concerned when there is an interest in free water, because water is free. We don't pay for the water that we take from the Great Lakes, but it's not free to treat it. It's not free to install meters in the home or dig up roads and YSWA staff that has to fix main breaks in the middle of the night. Those are costs that have to be managed within the community. I take very seriously the cost that we bring, and I think a 1.8 increase in our budget, percent increase, we Dwayne and I really look through these budgets and try to keep them as low as possible and absorb as much of those increases from GOW as we can. But I know that underinvestment in our infrastructure leads to catastrophic failures in those systems and significant impacts on community members. When transmission main breaks and pump stations don't run, a neighborhood or a community without water for any extended period of time it's more than impactful, it's catastrophic. And I hope as long as I'm at YSWA, I avoid those type of situations. And I do believe it requires some upfront costs. And I know it's a burden, and I understand and appreciate that. But I do get concerned with when I hear free water, just because it is free. It's just the cost of the service that's not.
Thank you. Further discussion or comments from council? Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just think we would be remiss without voicing our appreciation for the work that you do and that the authority does. We got a lot of people who provide a lot of services, a lot of good services throughout this community in a lot of different areas. And in my time here on council and in my 20+ years living in the community, everything hasn't been perfect, but I think it's been pretty darn good with YCUA. And I know that you come here, you're not thrilled about bringing a rate increase before us, but in many ways you're the messenger. But I also think it's, by the same token, it's good that you hear and that we hear the concerns that we got to keep. If we're going to have rate increases, we need to keep them as reasonable as possible, and we need to do what we can to minimize them. And I think it's right to hear about the incentive structures, and there should be benefit for using less rather than being penalized for it in effect. So I want to thank you for your work. I know you don't take it lightly, and so appreciate you making yourself available to us.
Further discussion or questions from council? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons has stepped out. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. All right, Councilmember Fellows, you have our first resolution.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of the June 17, 2025 regular city council meeting be approved, and I so move.
By Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember McLean. Any updates, changes to the minutes? Councilmember Fellows?
I do. I have sent them into the city clerk. So I don't know if I need to announce them on public comment, but there's just a misattribution within the meeting minutes today from me to Councilmember Simmons. So that will be corrected.
Yes, I've seen it.
Anything further? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons has stepped out. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem has also stepped out. Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have the next resolution. He stepped out. Sorry.
Right.
I'm good, because he's not here, so,
Got it. Anything for you, Mayor?
thank you.
Resolution number 2025-130, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the repaving of the Frog Island parking lot has been budgeted in the 25-26 Capital Improvement Fund, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti is in need of design engineering services and bid assistance for this project, and whereas OHM has submitted a proposal for these services, and now therefore be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti City Council approves the proposal submitted by OHM in the amount of $110,000, and be it further resolved that the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign this contract subject to approval by the city attorney, and any change orders may be approved by the city manager to facilitate completion of the work. I so move.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Timpson. Hello.
Good
Director
evening.
Westall.
I'm not used to seeing you so early in the
I
evening,
know.
so I apologize if my game is a bit off. I do want to make a quick correction to the RFL contained then. This is not a simple mill and overlay. This is a reconstructive parking lot. And the design price is commensurate with that. But other than that, I think it is fairly straightforward. Does anybody have questions?
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you. Anticipated completion date?
So this is a complicated project, as you might understand, because we will be timing it with likely the bridge work anticipated in 2027, the north end work, and then, of course, the plaza repairs and the freight house parking lot milling and overlaying. So we will get that Gantt chart together, and when we know, we will let you guys know. But, before Christmas of 2030 at the latest.
Bonnie.
Oh my God.
That was serious though.
She's
I
not.
promise. before
Yeah, you gotta
2030. Yes.
kick it out so that it was
Heck yeah.
sooner we're excited.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what.
I'm trying to under promise here.
Yes. Over deliver.
I'm not trying to give anybody a heart.
But you're saying that, that it is going to be around that time, like we know the bridge is gonna be in 2027. So it's not something that we're gonna see like next year.
No, we're not going to snap our fingers and have it done. I would say bidding documents would probably be done by the end of this calendar year, Rachel.
Oh my God.
I actually did do the schedule. We have a schedule and it's
Sorry. Hi, Rachel.
Mayor and council, good to see everyone.
Yeah.
So the schedule that we have, that we provided in the proposal is, staff availability, reasonable time frame to get it done. So 30 weeks from today puts us at the end of January that we would have a contractor or at least we would have collected bids. But, there can be, grant requirements. So I'm saying the quickest we can have this with bids in hand would be next January. So if Bonnie wanted to construct it next summer, next spring, we would be in a position to do that per our schedule.
Okay. Thank you. I know you're ready. You're ready for that. All right. Further questions from council? Councilmember Simmons.
Yes. So this is kind of a clarity question. I seem to remember that there was some planning that had been done where we were able to kind of see the lots, like how would we best utilize that space and optimize how many spaces there can be, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
And so I'm trying to see how this plays with that, how this is it all different work? Is that going to be included in it?
Yes.
In terms of the planning for that design, but that there's a lot more other things outside of what was done.
Right. So the biggest items, and Rachel, feel free to jump in, are going to be the geotechnical and the stormwater and what needs to come out of the design or go into the design in order to accommodate those. That can affect the number of spaces. Also, if we get into the process and decide, heck, we want to double the amount of handicap spaces or triple the amount of bicycle spaces, those things are going to flex. But this is intended to be a parking lot and it will have a lot of parking spaces, yes.
You don't mind. I would like to add, the planning that I recall we've done in the last couple of years has been the parking structure study. Because we will be utilizing some of the data that they did under that study. They did some preliminary geotechnical and they did a boundary survey. So Bonnie has provided us with that information. We're gonna build on that, but this is not a parking structure. We're just gonna basically pull out the existing lot and then improve storm sewer and the base of the pavement and the pavement itself and some reconfiguration.
Yeah.
For sure, different circulation.
What I think that you're recalling is the work that was done around the reconfiguration of the north end. Specifically, when we were looking for the DNR grant, which we have received, and that part will be bid together, but of course tracked separately because different grants and different projects and all of that. So we'll be using that work.
I'm thinking about something that was specifically, it was called the Frog Island parking. I think this might have been back when there were still conversations around working with the DDA on that lot.
So unless a conversation has happened in the last 5 years that I am unaware of or not part of, then it is incorporated for this work.
Thanks. Yeah, the conversations with the DDA never went anywhere near.
No, I know. I just remember, I'm just saying about a plan, like, if we're doing these services, I'm just wanting to make sure that we're not repaying for services that already have happened. And if we had something that was looking at that, like some of the grading and whatever.
Yeah, so it never got as far as grading any of the previous plans.
And then do we already have the funds to do the actual upgrades and repaving available? Or is that something that we would hope to work toward?
So we do have a grant from the state of Michigan for $1 million to work on the Frog Island parking lot.
Which isn't going to complete the cost, or do you expect that?
It should come close.
Okay.
But we'll know more once design is done.
Mayor Protem, you have the floor.
Thank you. In the design, is there I would like to see the semi-permeable surfaces incorporated in this. I mean, this is a very large surface area. We have a park next to it. The stormwater certainly needs to be reconfigured, but if that could be included in as an alternative in the design, that would be great.
So I would point out that that is a significant lift from an engineering perspective, and the city does not currently have the vehicles, the equipment, the manpower, the training to service semi-permeable pavement,
Good to know.
nor will we by the time this is completed.
All right, that's it?
Yeah.
Further questions from Councilmember Fellows?
So I think, as I understand it, this has been in motion for a while now. I'm wondering, as far as, with regard to the idea of the parking structure, what if there was a study around the use, as far as like, 'cause I know parking concerns are an issue in Depot Town, and that's been increasing over time. So was it that there was some analysis around that, and it was decided that the surface parking lot was sufficient?
So the primary challenge there was both cost and view shed. So yes, there is significant parking pressure at peak times in the Depot Town area. However, any parking structure is north of $6 million.
Well, that said, with the surface parking lot as it is now, it's free and open. Is it planned to be metered, or is
Likely.
okay?
Well, the cost to park, whether it's free to park, time limitations, all of those will be different in 2 years than they are right now. So I don't want to say definitively, yes, this will be 10-hour free parking, or this will be 1 hour only, $5 an hour parking, anything like that.
Well, yeah, hopefully there would be more discussions before
Hopefully.
that would happen
Hopefully.
in the time. And I understand parking structure is expensive, but it's also another revenue stream, which is something that we talk about needing in the city. So just, even if this might be the plan, but by 2030, we'll eventually probably need a parking structure. So just need to keep that in discussion.
Further discussion, questions from council? Alright. Seeing none, clerk, would you open? Oh,
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have 131.
Indeed. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the rehabilitation of Harriet Street is programmed for construction year 2025 in the current 3-year TIP, and whereas construction engineering / oversight and materials, testing services are required for successful completion of this project. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the proposal submitted by OHM in the amount of $185,580. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign this contract subject to approval by the city attorney, and any change orders may be approved by city manager to facilitate completion of this work. And I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. Hello again.
Hi, hello, council. This is a follow-up to a contract last month that I believe you saw with MDOT to perform the work in the Harriet Street Phase 1. This is for the construction, oversight, and engineering.
All right. Questions from council, discussion? Maybe we talked about this a bit. All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have 132.
Resolution 2025-132, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the repair and replacement of concrete in and around the fire and police stations has been budgeted in 2025 or 2025 and 26 Capital Improvement Fund, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti has solicited sealed proposals for the project, and whereas the city's engineer has duly analyzed the proposals and made a recommendation, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the proposal submitted by Hartwell in the amount of $230,113.70. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign this contract subject to approval by the city attorney, and any change orders may be approved by the city manager to facilitate completion of this work. As a move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Hello again.
Good evening, Council. Third time's the charm. This is for significant concrete repair work around the fire station and the police station. The parking lot is significantly deteriorated, as well as to perform some significant capital maintenance of the drainage system associated with the retaining wall properties to the south. This is the second time we bid this out. The bids the first round were not quite so favorable, but this time they were quite a bit more. So they're quite a bit more favorable to us, rather. So.
Questions, comments, discussion from council? Was Councilmember Fellows?
Is this part of the already like the deferred maintenance improvement plan? This was already budgeted in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is broken out in the things that you got regarding Capital Fund 414. I think we had $250,000 with fire station and then $175,000 with police station, but they're the same campus, so.
Any additional questions or comment? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Councilmember King. You have 133.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following resident be reappointed to the City of Ypsilanti Boards and Commissions indicated below. Justin Harper, HRC, with a term expiring 7/1/2028. I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Simmons. All right. I know I brought this reappointment forward. Justin has been super active. You know, he shows up, he tries to get involved, he comes and talks to council members. He's doing great work and trying to support the HRC. And so, of course, you know, he wanted to be reappointed and I fully support that. Any other comments or discussion from council?
Yeah, I also excuse me. I also fully support the reappointment of Justin Harper to the HRC because he did, like the mayor has said, he's very active, and it's been many times in the past where he's reached out to me specifically to you know, just to get some affirmation in the work that he's doing and some pointers and tips or whatever in how he can do work better. So I completely support this reappointment.
Other comments or discussion, Councilmember Fellows?
Yes, I also support Justin's reappointment. He and I and Councilmember Simmons worked extensively on the issue of reparations on the county level, and also you know, exploring that as a city initiative too. And I know this issue is near and dear to Justin's heart, and I haven't left it off my mind either. So I'm excited to work with him to bring that forward to the city at some point. So I'm very glad Justin is still interested in engaging with us.
Yeah, and Justin was here in the audience for a large part of the beginning of the meeting, and I'm sure probably had to leave. So he did come to the meeting tonight. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I support it too. I've had lots of conversations with him before he got on the commission and then since then. So I think he's doing a good job.
King?
I would just say I'm so happy to hear so much consensus around his appointment. I support Justin's reappointment as well, as he is already on HRC. He is dedicated to being on HRC and doing the work there. So I support his appointment as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you want to say something?
Mhm.
I was like, did I? I mean, I love you, Justin. You've been great. Thank you. Keep playing on. Let all of our commissions be like Justin Harper, y'all.
I mean, he is pretty great. All right, please call the roll because we know how this is gonna go.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion to reappoint Justin Harper passes unanimously.
Yes. Welcome back, Justin. Clearly, we all really like Justin. Wonderful. Councilmember Simmons, you have 134.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following non-resident be appointed to the City of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Takunya Collins for the Sustainability Commission, expiring 5/1/2028, and I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Simmons,
Support.
supported by Councilmember King. Yeah, I support this one too. TC is very engaged. You all
Mhm.
want to add?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, what, does it matter? Cause this would be a reappointment as well. Does it matter if it's reappointment or?
If,
Oh, it is a reappointment. It says appointed. Can you go ahead?
I put in the RFL that you guys like to see from me, that it turns into an appointment because their appointment expired. They are not currently appointed
Got it.
to be able to reappoint.
But technically it's a reappointment.
Technically, it's a reappointment, yes, but it's a new appointment because it had expired.
And just a reminder, as a non-resident, we need super majority for this appointment to occur. Further comment? Or Mayor Pro Tem?
I have mixed feelings about this. The appointment, the first appointment years ago was another one of those things where the application wasn't filled out. And sitting on council at that time, I had lots of questions about why that was. That's one thing. The Sustainability Commission that I was the liaison for when he was appointed, and since then, I have misgivings about the some of the operations of the commission, and he is part of that, and that's all I'll say about that. I recognize that we have a shortage of people on the commissions, and that one less person on the commission is not a desirable outcome either. So I'll just leave my comments to that.
Further comments or discuss, Councilmember Simmons?
Just to address some of that, I think, I will say, so I did have a conversation with TC, before, bringing this forward, just to talk about kind of where the commission is, thoughts about what he, brings to the commission, thoughts about what he hopes to bring in the future, and some of the things that we're talking about in council in terms of the relationship between the commissions. And he said that, that was one of the things, for instance, where he, well, we talked about some of the things that come forward and how to move those and how to have things to be helpful and connected. He did say that he is interested in learning more. That's one of the things too, around like thinking about the training, how people can know how to do the resolutions and some of that information that he does need more support around. And I do think that this is where I was like, okay, yeah, how to think about how to just be more clear about some of these asks or ways that there can be work together. For instance, TC is an expert in compost. And, I think about, if as residents want to do that, like how can he be resource for people looking to do that? And so I think that was one of the reasons, like kind of after talking to him, and also he talked about just being able to learn from other people and bringing this information together. That's a lot of why I brought him forward, was kind of that interest in thinking about whether there's ways that we can better, some of the different commissioners have said this in general, where they're like, oh, I really care about this issue. Am I right for the commission? It's kind of hard because this is the place to move forward with these issues, but I might not be, a person that's good to just, to sit behind and do policy. And so, I wonder, anyway, so I think that that's just like a line, but I think that if we're able to be more direct, that might help. So, just to name, I understand your concerns, but, and I did have some conversation around some of those same concerns.
Thank you. Further comment or discussion? Councilmember Fellows?
I'll just say I support TC and just longstanding public servants, donating their time, and even folks that maybe have expertise and knowledge that isn't in governance and policy, have other things to offer in those spaces. And, TC is someone of, the specific knowledge that pertains to sustainability, as well as like experiential knowledge as a Black farmer in the community. So I think, we're not gonna, I don't look for composing commissions only of people that know how to navigate kind of political maneuvering as perfectly as everyone else. But I more look to people that are very committed and dedicated and are asking to serve. So that's why I support TC tonight.
Thank you. Pardon me. Further comment or discussion? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Welcome back, TC. All right, Councilmember Fellows, you have 1 through 5.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and whereas the city has a master plan that reflects the policy goals of the city, including the guiding value that everyone in the region knows Ypsilanti has great things to do and great places that are in great shape. And whereas the applicant, Highscope, the city's legal counsel, and staff have come to terms on the PUD agreement. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the PUD agreement for 218 East Forest Avenue, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Hi, Josh.
Good evening, everybody. I am happy to bring Highscope's PUD agreement forward to you all. Just to kind of get a little bit of background. Oh, and by the way, this is Jenilyn Campos. She is representing Highscope. Back on October 4th of 2024, the City Council approved this application, and they included a condition that the City Council will approve the PUD agreement. And so that is why we are bringing this forward today. The applicant is proposing to establish a community learning resource center, which more information is described as to what will be included as part of that use in the community or in the narratives. That is meant the narratives or something. I forget exactly what it's called, but the use narrative essentially is in the PUD agreement. The applicant will be maintaining their existing childcare use at 202 and 206 East Michigan, or not East Michigan, East Forest. And those properties are now consolidated under the same address as 218 East Forest. The PUD agreement, there's nothing, particularly abnormal about it. It's kind of just your normal run-of-the-mill PUD agreement. So if you guys have any questions, myself or a gentleman would be happy to answer.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Questions from council or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I was glad to see that the properties were combined. That was a big issue in Planning Commission and for me here as well, is that they were asking to balance off, the amount of parking space and impervious surfaces in one property against their use on adjoining properties. And this was suggested to them to combine those so that it's very clear that that's what's happening, and that the parcels couldn't be separated in the future unless they came back for the same kind of separation, I guess.
Yeah, they could apply to split the parcels, but they plan to do this work in phases, and so I've communicated with the developer or with Highscope that moving forward for the next phase, we're going to suggest a site condominium, or just a condominium in general. That way they can section off the buildings but maintain their common elements of the impervious surface and the pervious surface. And that will also allow them, like if they decide to sell up a building or something like that, it won't it will protect the existing layout so that the PUD won't lose like its impervious surface or its pervious surface. Essentially, it just protects it for the long run.
And so that's parallel to the Centennial Building that is set up.
Mhm.
Names with
Yes.
different.
Yep.
Further questions or comments?
I'm trying to look at this where I saw a couple of things and I'm not finding it, but there was a mention of the zoning for this area and that this new use actually fits within the zoning, but there wasn't much explanation as to why.
Yeah, so this property is located in the core neighborhood single family zoning district, which is traditionally a single family residential district. There aren't a lot of commercial district or commercial uses that are permitted, and that is why we did an adaptive reuse PUD, which a PUD in general is essentially an overlying zoning that will maintain its underlying single core neighborhood, single family zoning. And so the city and the developer are agreeing that they can do this use, the Community Learning Resource Center, based on, these departures or based on their proof of providing a higher quality development or that's not possible from the current zoning ordinance or providing a public benefit. And additionally, this is an adaptive reuse PUD. And so that's taking a building that was initially constructed for a commercial purpose in a residential zoning district and allowing the building to be reused for a commercial purpose. So it's, a win-win in many instances because we get to activate a vacant space, while also establishing a new zoning to give high scope flexibility to do what they're proposing.
And High Scope is a 501c3, correct? So this would be non-taxable use.
Yeah, this would be non-taxable, yeah.
Mhm. And in the conditions here, it looks like this agreement would be coming back to us for another review.
It would come back when they do phase 2 and phase 3. Because in a PUD, you're essentially locking in the site plan as to what was approved. And what was approved are essentially the existing conditions with alterations to the parking lot. In phase 2, they plan to remove the rear addition. And then in phase 3, they plan to add an addition to the building. So they are going to be doing these in phases. It's just more like allowing them to utilize the grant money that they've received to, start moving forward because ultimately they're not going to be able to do all the phases immediately because they have a deadline with the funding.
That's good. And this is mostly for the parking lot stuff. So
Yeah.
phase 1. So
they're
we'll see it
improving.
again at phase 2 and phase 3.
Yes.
And I was curious about the, because I saw the figure 8-9 million for doing everything. So I'm wondering where that's coming from or when you expect to finish all these phases.
On that, but
That's a great question. As a small nonprofit, fortunately, everything is grant funded. So we're constantly looking for grants. I just spoke with Dave, actually, who put solar panels on our preschool a few years ago to eventually put solar panels on this building. There is no guarantee. We're proposing that it would cost that to make this building possibly geothermal at some point, but to dig, I think they quoted us 22 wells. So that in itself is about $4 million. Correct. It's a large facility. It's 25,000 square feet. And we're also trying to make it to where the community could feed off of these solar panels and this geothermal system too. So it's just, as we get the money, as we get the grants, we're just kind of doing everything in phases. So there's no timeline.
So you're not sure when phase 2 or phase 3.
Now, if the state of Michigan wants to give me another $1 million, we can get started right away. But no, right now, there's no timeline.
Okay. So I guess the question for city planner then is like, as far as moving forward with the PUD where we don't know if it'll be completed, what are the drawbacks to that?
So right now, council's only approved phase 1. They've approved changes to the parking lot, and they're approving the use. The applicant does have the money to do what is within phase 1. Again, like once we kind of get into phase 2 and phase 3, then they'll have to come back and get reapproval from city council, from planning commission and city council. So we know that, phase 1 will occur and ultimately, you know, if somebody isn't completing their work, there are different paths the city can take to ensure that that work gets completed.
Like,
You know, ultimately it comes down to like if they're not complying with their site plan, the city can, you know, issue violation letters, issue citations. That's not something that we particularly want to do, but it is a path forward to ensure compliance.
mm-hmm. Yeah. So we are just approving phase 1 today.
Yes.
Great.
You're just approving, phase 1 was technically approved. You're just approving the PUD, which is just a condition
Right.
of the phase 1 approval.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Simmons? This is just a clarity question. I'm pretty sure that this is, so in here it talks about different ranges of the community center. It says 3 mile, 5 mile, and then 1 mile. I'm
Mhm.
guessing that 1 mile is supposed to be 10 miles.
Is this in the narrative?
Yeah, but I think twice, but definitely under where it says programs offered and beneficiaries.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's supposed to be 10 miles.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Where are they?
I was just gonna say thank you to Councilmember Fellows for making that clear, because we do have a project in Ward 1 that, you know, is in the middle of completion. And yeah, so thanks for making that clarification. That this is a project phase 1 and it's not gonna be, you know, a project that's incomplete until the funding is there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Member Fellows?
Yeah, and just maybe the one thing I'm thinking of is that it does take staff time and city funding to kind of work through some of these things. So for incomplete project, I guess I have that in mind as far as you know, conditions or clawbacks or whatever if things are not getting done.
Yeah.
And so that's why I brought it up. I just had one more question about how does the condominium site apply to this? Because that's just new to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah, so it doesn't apply right now because they didn't ultimately do a site condominium this time. Just moving forward, in order to have better functionality of the site, you know, kind of make it, I suppose, I don't want to say like legally binding, but it just makes it easier. Like if they want to sell off you know, a building, like it'll allow the common elements to remain and to continue, without having those alterations, so that you don't have non-compliance with other parts of the property, if that makes sense. So right now, a big reason why they combine the properties is because you have the impervious surface and the pervious surface, and they needed 218 needed the pervious surface from 202 and 206 East Forest in order to meet one of the standards of the zoning ordinance. And so by creating the site condominium, they can sell off a building, but it'll allow the common elements to remain, so that that remains forever compliant.
Thank you.
Yes. And and I will be honest, like I'm not even an expert with site condos. They are very unique and distinct. But that's kind of the gist of what it will allow. So
Cool. All right, seeing none, Clerk, would you please call the roll? Thank you, Joe.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have 136. Resolved by the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy, and pursuant to the policy, the city may co-sponsor an event if it is of general interest to the public and advances the city's public image. And whereas this year, the Kiwanis Club Kids Triathlon will take place Saturday, August 9th at Recreation Park. And whereas Kiwanis Club Kids Triathlon's event organizer is requesting that the city waive the park rental fees for the 2025 event. And whereas the city council agrees to waiving the park rental fees for Kiwanis Club Kids Triathlon would be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to waive the park rental fees of $1,035 for the Kiwanis Club Kids Triathlon 2025. And I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. I know city manager's trying to figure out something here.
So, council, this is a yearly event. I believe a member of Kiwanis is present to speak about this. I don't know if they're online.
We don't see them online. It's supposed to be Brett Snyder. But I don't see Brett here.
They were requested to be present.
Mhm. We're going to be. I have a Karen who has her hand
That's
up,
her-
but that's them?
He's using that again.
All right.
His wife.
Karen or Brett? Is that you,
Yes.
Brett?
This is Brett, yes.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how you doing?
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Do you want to tell us a little bit, or do you want to just go to questions? I saw two hands pop up immediately. Councilmember Simmons, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I have a couple of quick things. One is when I looked at it, it looks like the amount that we're considering is different. Like it should be $535 because currently it includes the deposit. Hmm?
I'm trying to open the right.
I'm just like, Mhm. So that's what it looked like to me when I was looking at it.
City manager. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to fix the fee waiver amount that's in the resolution does that include the reimbursed refundable deposit? So, because I'm trying to open the.
Looks like it does, yeah.
I was like, I did I put it in when I looked through it. So,
Mhm.
so I guess that would be one change, one amendment. I would have read it if I had it pulled up what the amount was exactly, but
There were like 6 attachments with this thing, huh?
yeah,
Stay right here.
Oh, yep, it is. Okay.
So I would change, yeah. So that's one thing is to change the amount to $535. And I think that also that also doesn't include the credit card fee either. Another question I have is why this is coming to us now. It looks like it was submitted in May. I know we had some other ones that we were going through last month. So I'm just wondering what was the cause of the delay?
That I don't know. It was provided, I think, believe I received this a week and a half ago, so I can't answer that question, but I can find out from our events coordinator.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because, of course, here we are. We're now we're officially in our new fiscal year, y'all. Congratulations. We made it to FY 26. I always get these fiscal years.
25, 26.
And with that means that any of these things that we waive are pulling from this $15,000 that we have. And I know we talked about some shift changes, both in terms of the form and also to think about some process within that. And so this is a little bit of the two waivers we have is a little bit of a challenge for me because of that. So that's why I'm like, oh, everybody who snuck in last year, lucky. So that would be one thing that's why I was wondering about that. I will say that it seems that at least this is supporting a part of our public infrastructure overall, and part of some of the different responsibilities in terms of helping to raise funds to support the pool. So, I do feel like positive about that, but like I said, like it is a little bit of a challenge. I guess the question I have, since we do have someone here to talk about this from the group, would be one, in terms of how much, like when the funds that are fundraised, how much of that goes back, like how is that used in general, just so folks know. And then Yeah, in terms of what is the, if they have a sense of spread of participation across the city in this event.
So the funds, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The funds are used for the Friends of Rutherford Pool for the general operation of the city-owned Rutherford Pool. As far as participation, we have kids from all over. We even have some who come as far away as California, who come and they schedule their family vacations around it just so they can participate. It is a super fun event. If you haven't been, I invite you all to come. I know Councilman Wilcoxon can attest it scores a 10 on the cuteness factor. It is a fantastic event to see a little 4-year-old just gritting it out around the park. So it's a really great event. I hope that you can all make it this year. It's always the second Saturday of August.
Was that all you had, Councilmember Simmons? Comes a question? Okay.
And if I could add something, this being when the fees will be waived, it will be waived in this fiscal year. So it would have come out of this regardless.
I'm sorry.
Oh, because
The event is this fiscal year, so those fees would have been waived. And they would have been in this fiscal year regardless of when it was held. Regardless when they applied, because of when the event is.
And I'm wondering, is maybe the reason that it came late was the transition with our events coordinator?
It did. Yeah.
It's possible. You know.
Oh,
I submitted this back in May, and I was initially, I've always dealt with Wendy Esty, and then she included in Jennifer Collins, and I think that transition, I just missed the meeting, getting it on the agenda last month.
got it.
Like by a day.
Thank you. I think I saw Councilmember Fellows. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I want to first say I support the Rutherford Pool. I was just there this week. It was wonderful. And this event, that's the thing that I came to mind. It sounds super cute. And I'm going to come to it. As far as just our fee waivers for events, I was under the impression that there would be a policy update before we were making any decisions on events. And so I'm wondering about that.
That is forthcoming. The draft has been created. It's going through with our new events person. They're also bringing forward some amendments to the ordinance, and then we're doing a full policy overhaul rather than just the fee waiver policy. But right now, council has that $15,000 to waive.
Councilmember King?
And so some of the questions I had have already been asked, but the one that was not asked is for the city manager. When we get to that limit, if we still receive fee waivers, what will happen with them? Will they still come to us, or what will happen once we reach that limit?
Well, I mean, that will be up to in the policies. So you can waive revenues, but we just wouldn't have that covered in the budget. So we have budgeted to waive $15,000. It just, we wouldn't have those revenues past the 15,000. So there'd be no covering of costs already reflected in the budget.
Okay, so they won't even come to us if we.
Well, it depends on the policy. If council wants to say $15,000, once we get there, no more, then yes, that's what would happen.
And okay, and I'm asking that because again, like Councilmember Fellows said, I thought we would see that policy before voting on more.
Correct. But I apologize to council. There's doing an entire overhaul so we can do it at once rather than in pieces.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I saw your hand.
As Brett said, I can attest to the cuteness factor. It is pretty fun. I've volunteered in the past. This is a fairly large event. The park is full, the pool is full, the pool staff and volunteers are there. I encourage people to volunteer for this. It's as simple as standing there and saying to the cute 3-year-old that you need to go that way. No, this is great. The Kiwanis in general have contributed to our park systems and especially to the park. There's or to the pool. There is a stone boulder out there with a plaque on it that was put into place commemorating their contributions to the pool in the past. So I fully support this, and you know, I look forward to this every year.
You know, Councilmember Simmons, I know you were wanting to update the waiver amount, but I don't know if we actually officially did that. Oh.
Nope, we
So-
didn't.
Did someone support?
Support.
Oh,
Yes.
all right.
So it's 5:35.
And I don't remember who moved and seconded, so
I moved in.
Steve,
Steve said-
supported.
All right, so is this friendly?
Absolutely.
All right, wonderful. Thank
Thank you.
All right, any further comments or discussion on the amended resolution?
I put it in my calendar.
Me too. I just did. I wanna see the cuties. All right, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 137.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy, and pursuant to the policy, the city may co-sponsor an event if it is of general interest to the public and advances the city public image. Whereas this year, Washtenaw County Health Department Health Fair will take place Wednesday, August 6th. Whereas Washtenaw County Health Department Health Fair event organizer is requesting that the city waive the road closure fees and noise permit fees for the 2025 event. And whereas City Council agrees that waiving the road closure fees and noise permit fees for the Washtenaw County Health Department Health Fair would be in general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to waive the road closure fees of $700, no noise permit fee of $150, and administrative fees of $35, totaling $885 for the Washtenaw County Health Department Health Fair 2025. I so move.
It's been moved by Councilmember King,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Fellows. They updated?
Sarah Bradford is on.
Oh.
Oh, she was. Oh, there she is.
And Council, just before you get started, this does include the refundable.
Yeah, that was taken out already in that one. Or it includes it?
It includes it in this one as well.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I'll add it up in them.
Okay. Questions or do you have anything you want to share with us, Sarah?
I'll just briefly say every year, the Washtenaw County Health Department has hosted this event, and this is my first time taking over. I'm actually a CDC PHAP, so this is my first time. And from what I can tell, it's been a big hit in the past few years, so it's something we're really looking forward to doing. It's typically an event across 2 days, but this year we're only looking to close off the streets for just 1 day. And it'll only be for 3 hours that we'll be running the event. And we're going to partner with MDHHS with their partners and organizations, which we're finalizing now. So we are looking to incorporate the whole community and come out and support everyone and spread awareness for all the health resources that we do have.
Thank you. And I think that it is taken out.
It is taken out, correct?
Councilmember Simmons.
Thank you. So I guess this is a question I have maybe that Sarah can respond to, which is, does the health department have other sources of funding to support their general outreach efforts?
Yes, we do. We do have a grant, but it is specifically it's for a marijuana grant. That is what is sponsoring the whole event. But we are utilizing those funds for all of the healthcare resources that we have had to pull and for like advertisement and things like that. I don't know the specifics because I'm not over that section, so I'm sorry I won't really be able to answer that question in depth the way I would like to.
No, thank you. I guess I would just say, for this one, I know we already kind of talked about like where we are in process,
Mhm.
but I do feel that, you know, we have very limited amount of funds, only 15,000 for the whole year. So I would just suggest that as we're considering things as a body, that we are prioritizing requests in different ways. And one of which I think would be important, in terms of recognizing where the waivers really carry weight. And, and also, so, I think the health department has access to other funds. And also, we will see a lot of events that will come before us where there'll be tabling of the different resources, where people will also have access to this resource as well. Like, this is one of the things that I see repeated over and over, and that's one of the reasons why I was like, oh, I'm interested in like collaborations and all of that, so that we can better hone where these resources are going. And the other thing to note is that, the cost and everything, it's to me, fairly high for a small amount of time. So they're reducing the number of days of it. And it's only 3 hours. So yeah, so I just want to name that, because we don't have all these things in place. And if we're going to start chipping away, this is a pretty large chunk of the money that we've allocated, for a large organization, to be honest. So for that reason, I won't support this one. But I would ask folks to really consider whether we want to pull from our small pool so early.
Thank you. I think what I would say to add to the conversation is around the same thing, being that this is a county department, and what mechanisms could be utilized, even from the county itself, and not necessarily the health department, but county government and like our county commissioner. I know there are discretionary funds that can be used or have been used in the past for initiatives and events that are happening within their district. And so maybe figuring out how to partner in that way to get this cost maybe covered. I am struggling with the idea that it's the county health department wanting to waive the fees. And again, so Sarah, I don't know if you have familiarity with what that process may look like from department to department within the county, and wondering if that was explored before asking for the fee waiver.
So to be completely honest, I was taking over for someone who is stepping out on maternity leave. And in the past years that they have had this event, it has been waived each time. So they just gave me the protocol and I just followed it, to be completely honest.
I don't remember seeing that either.
Yeah, I've never seen this event before come before us, unless I am mistaken. City manager, do you know?
I'd have to look back in records, but I don't recall it offhand.
Councilmember Fellows?
Just adding that I appreciate hearing my colleagues' thoughts on this matter. So I think I'm also moving to the position of just asking the county to, do the fees.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Sarah, that you're taking over and then having to take our questions. But I will say I don't recall this event coming forward to us in the past. It could have. We waived a lot of things, but I think we would appreciate, well, I would appreciate, I can't speak for everybody, but I'm hearing some consensus around maybe trying internally with the county to figure out how these fees could be covered before asking for a waiver from us, being that our resources are much more limited than the county's coffers. Further discussion from council? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
No.
Councilmember Simmons.
No.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Councilmember Fellows.
No.
Motion fails.
So sorry, Sarah, but we do hope that the event happens. And feel free to reach out to me if you need some support in lobbying our county commissioner.
Thank you.
No problem. Councilmember Fellows, you have 138.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the attached policy determining what would trigger a 6 p.m. start time for a city council meeting be approved, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Tusa.
Council, working with the agenda committee and, just hearing comments, that clarity of a 6 PM start time would be appreciated. I put this together. It's fairly, simple. Work sessions, closed sessions would have a 6 PM start time. Budget would have a 6 PM start time. And then if similar to a special meeting, if the mayor would like a 6 PM start time or 3 council members like a 6 PM start time. That's was my thinking behind it. But I'm open to any additions, subtractions.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, just a couple of quick questions. One was why 3 council members as opposed to the current 2 for?
I went off of the requirement for a special meeting. But I'm not married to the idea, whatever council seems fit.
What do you mean requirement? I'm just wondering about when you say requirement versus like we don't have to.
Charter that 3 council members can call a special meeting, so I think he just.
Yeah, I was just mirroring it off that.
That part is a requirement already.
Yeah. But this isn't necessarily calling for a different meeting. It's just a change in time.
Yeah, so if council would like to change it, I'm like I said, I'm not married to the idea.
Okay, well then I guess I'd make a motion to change it to from 3 council members to 2 council members for the shift in time.
Support and moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember Fellows. Discussion. Councilmember McLean.
When might such a request take place? Could that could the way this is written,
Well, I mean, it would be,
amendment, could somebody say that in 2 days before the meeting, decide to have it at 6 instead of 7?
so the way it is written, yes, but we could definitely put in some parameters, that would need a triggering event.
I would
Or
suggest
a-
4 months.
What's that?
I would suggest 4 months. I mean, I put these things on my calendar
Or,
months in advance. And if they're gonna start at a different time, I don't wanna find that out a week in advance.
no, and that is understandable. It's difficult with, the way items come before council to schedule 4 months out in advance. But, if council prefers to remove that requirements, and perhaps if the meeting prior during, not public comment, council proposed business, if council members see it fit to move the, meeting to 6 PM and council determines that as a body, perhaps that's a better route to take.
So like it would have to come at least the prior meeting. So at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
What we've been doing, kind of.
Sometimes stuff happens as well, so I don't know. Can you?
Councilmember King, I'm confused about what we're talking about right now, right now.
We're on the
Oh, well, right now there's a motion to shift it from requiring 3 council members to requiring 2.
Right, for anything outside of the bulleted items or in general? Because
Yeah, outside
of what's bulleted on here, work sessions, budget, closed session.
Number 3.
Oh, hold
is
on.
the
Let
only
me
thing we're
open.
talking about.
Let me open up what we're looking at.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I just want to make sure. Oh, okay. Councilmember Fellows?
I guess while we're looking at that, I did want to note that I think it was Civic Alerts said our meeting today was starting at 7 p.m. And I do notice there's like discrepancy between what our official agenda says and sometimes some of the alerts. And so I'm just hoping that we can shore that up a little bit because yeah, I do get messages from folks saying like, I thought it was gonna be this time. So
Yes, Councilmember King brought that up as well, and we were gonna bring that forward on the website. It says 7, the agenda says 6 o'clock.
Sorry about that. We're working on getting all the notices out and getting them correct. And that's an issue, right?
So we are on the amendment on the floor to change it from 3 council members to 2 to adjust the start time. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not in favor of downgrading that. That means that 2 people can change the schedule. I mean, there's no notice in this. And that's, there needs to be a time frame for when the notice happens, for that to happen. But I'm not in favor of that in general. I think the 3 council members is a reasonable expectation that that's not even a majority of the people that are involved in this. And so everybody's got to adjust their schedule. So the only way, you know, that I would support that is if there was a significant lead time for this. And the point of number 3 is that from time to time, there isn't that notice. So I don't think it's hard to get 3 people to agree to something. I mean, it's like, no, I'm not in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
I'm just gonna say, I don't feel strongly about this either way, because as I have experienced it, we generally find consensus when we're changing our schedules. So, you know, I don't know if Councilmember Simmons wants to move forward with this, but I'm fine to withdraw if that's where people are at. But, you know, I just in general, I don't necessarily feel like we need to add more rules about things, and that's why I'm supportive of just downgrading rule-based stuff. But I believe that we've been finding consensus to adjust our schedules, and I plan to move forward with all suggestions of change schedules like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think that we've had a situation where people are like, everybody has to change their schedule. So I don't think that that's happening. I agree that I would rather not have to just have rules just to have them. And it's not consistent with how our other shifts and changes are, which is why I suggested it, because it kind of feels like, why have different things? Mandating really the same thing, so it doesn't feel like this necessarily needs to be super set for that reason. I think that we're all pretty reasonable adults, and like we all have schedules to maintain. So yeah, I mean, I don't feel really strongly, but I also don't understand why it would be different. So,
I have a comment. I think for me, the reason why I wouldn't support downgrading it to 2, even though as this body, I think we've been doing a good job, but we're setting rules that will live beyond us. And so unless it's changed by another iteration of this body, they would have to adhere to these rules as well. And maybe they wouldn't work that well. Who knows, right? Around when to set a special time or earlier time for a meeting. And so when thinking of policy changes, I'm thinking beyond the life of the body that's actually making the decision in the moment, until more changes occur thereafter.
all right, well, I'm willing to withdraw it.
Wait.
Oh,
Councilmember Fellows?
go ahead.
Would you consider a friendly of just removing number 3?
Just, yeah, so just saying that, taking out the option for there to be protocol to change the earlier start time.
Since you had mentioned just like the unnecessariness of adding more rules, I agree with that. So I don't know if that's an amenable to you.
Yeah, that would be fine with me. Because then it's a different situation overall, right? Like then it's saying outside of these things, it's a totally different process, right? Yeah.
I'm a little lost. So are you all trying to change your motion? Because we have a motion on the floor right now that would either need to be withdrawn and then another one restated.
I offered a friendly to change it.
To change the entire motion. Is that how that works? I don't know if that's.
You would withdraw your
You
motion.
have to withdraw the original one, not.
That's the better way.
Thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So are you both withdrawing the original motion? Or no?
So while they're deciding, can I ask a question? I feel like it was already stated, but why are we even addressing this? Because right now it's the city manager's decision, right? No, to start being.
It can be.
Can be.
But it has come up in this space that folks were confused about when do we have a 6 p.m. start, when do we have a 7, because people have had to adjust their schedules depending on when we hear about it. And so to make it clear, when we had the agenda subcommittee, these are things that were asked of us to get together and talk about and bring back to the body. And so this is one of the pieces of what we were asked for. It was months and months ago this came up, and we discussed it.
This is to make city council aware, to give clarity. Staff's gonna be here anyway, so you could start at 4 if you want.
Because they,
We can.
yeah, I mean, they're at work, so yeah. Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, I would just say too, even when we have the closed sessions and the times like 6 or 6:30, we're typically bringing that to the table and deciding as well.
Not closed sessions are not always decided at the table.
Some of these we have, because that's how we got to 6:30, because before it had been 6, and there's been a couple where it's like, oh, that's not going to be as long. And then we were like, well, let's start at 6:30 instead, so we didn't have to come as early.
That's what we know about it. There are times that we don't know until it comes to like the city manager, something from legal, like our legal team, and we have to, so this is just to establish a time so we know that if we get something that's a closed session or whatever it is about, that we know we will be starting early when those come forward. It's just to bring clarity. I don't think this is to put parameters like to strong arm anybody.
Yeah, and staff's end, again, this is not something we need to happen. So if council doesn't want this,
was brought
we
up
have
by
no
council.
issue.
Yeah.
I'm down to withdrawal. Again, I don't see it necessary to add more protocol, but if that's where people are at, I was expecting this to be a very quick conversation. Like we're just doing a formalization, a little bit of what we kind of already do in practice. So,
Yeah, I'm fine with withdrawing. Like I said, it's all, I brought it up because it's inconsistent, not because it is consistent. So it's inconsistent, and so that's why I was bringing it up. I'm fine with withdrawing it. I would be fine with it not having number 3 at all. If we're just trying to say that we know that when we have work session that we know that it's earlier, then number 2 already addresses that issue, and number 3 is just an extra thing in it. So I did have, so yeah, whatever. Do we have to do something? We'll withdraw it. It's fine. And whatever. I don't really care. But the other thing I wanted to name or ask about, and this is where was this at in here? I was wondering whether we can, this is a language shift, which is, I'm just trying to see if it's actually in this policy though now, which was just to, as opposed to talking about like what triggers a change, to change it to like a shift. Like, it's just, yeah, so I have a lot of concerns with just like trigger language overall. And so if it's not necessary, then it communicates just as much, if not more, to just say it's a shift change as opposed to triggering something. So
The language isn't in this. I think it was in Bill.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking for.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm not sure what Councilmember Simmons.
It's in the, I'm sorry, it's in the resolve by, so it says trigger.
Not in the policy itself.
Yeah, but what I would be voting on.
Yep. I get it.
So I guess I will make a motion if folks don't mind, or who put this up? Like now who?
City manager.
Well, it was us.
Yeah.
It was Councilmember Fells and myself from the subcommittee for our agenda. And
But
Or
we
I
didn't
mean, I
ti-
mean,
we
who
didn't title
approve it
it.
for
right. We didn't
conversation now.
write the language.
Council members Fellows and Tucson.
Yes, so I'm wondering whether it could be a friendly, whether the language, whether we have to go through a whole thing or whatever to the language that we're voting on, as opposed to saying determining what would trigger a 6 p.m. Start to say what would determine a shift in time or a shift to start. Support.
Oh, I think I
That
would.
works if it's a friendly.
Okay.
What would?
We're talking about changing, not using the word trigger and using shift instead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
So that's a friendly. Thank you. All right, we're back on the Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not sure why you think this is inconsistent with anything, because our policy for calling, so my question is, if you take number 3 out, and somebody wants to have a special session or have more time that night, right now we have the mechanism of calling a special meeting, and not just announcing this one. So that is a separate meeting at that point, and so it has to be noticed separately. Everything has to be 2 meetings worth of stuff, correct?
No, it's just based off of the special meeting request I wanted to have. My idea was to have it more difficult to switch the time because it is an adjustment to all of city council's schedules. If number 3 is removed, council could discuss it at a the prior meeting and adjust it. And then just those 3 criteria would stand for just automatically that would happen. So if number 3 wasn't present in this policy, council would still have the ability to change a meeting at the meeting prior, or change the start time rather, but it just wouldn't be as nimble if something comes up that is needed.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So if we don't have the opportunity at the meeting before to change the time, and we need more time, but it comes from somebody on council, then our only option at this point is to call a special meeting, which would be 3 people, and that would be a separate meeting, and we would have to adjourn that meeting and start the next meeting. So all this effectively does is makes that continuity so that it continues to be 1 meeting instead of 2. So it is consistent with the current policy in terms of calling a special meeting. But it allows both those things to happen in 1 announcement.
Yes. Yes, technically, yes. Further discussion from council. Also, it's 9:51, so after this, we're gonna have to extend. I'm just saying. Yeah, right? No further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
In a motion to extend?
So move.
Move to 10:30.
No, I can't make a motion.
I make a
Oh.
motion to extend the meeting until 10:30. Sound about right?
And we say probably not.
Can we just go, I mean, I think we could maybe get out by then, but can we just say 11 so we
Just
don't
say
have to do it?
I move to extend this meeting until 11 p.m.
So moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember Fellows. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Samesies. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you have 139.
2025-139, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City Council approved Resolution 2024-265 regarding public comment, and whereas the current rules prescribe that the second public comment during a meeting would only be for those who were not able.
Do a roll call vote for the last one, or you just vote on the?
We did a roll call and then we did the extension.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
My fault.
Look, I had to think about it like, yes, we did. We just moved pretty fast with that. Yeah. Sorry.
All right.
Jen. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City Council approved Resolution 2024-265 regarding public comment, and whereas current rules prescribe that the second public comment during a meeting would only be for those who were not able to speak during the first comment period. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti amend the rules as set forth by Resolution number 2024-265 and allow for a second opportunity to address City Council at the end of the agenda, and I so move.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Fellows. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, so the agenda committee also talked about this and yeah, discussed it and found consensus. I know that Pro Tem Wilcoxen wasn't there, so I don't know if you heard about it since then, but yeah, I see how this has been written. The one thing I would say is, as I understand it, the current policy also precludes a second public comment unless we go right to 45 minutes. It only allows for a second public comment. Yeah, if both we hit the 45-minute mark and someone didn't speak during that first time. So that would be slightly different than how it was laid out here, but yeah, that's all.
Because I think the way the policy is currently written, there is technically not a second. It would just be the continuation of the first.
Yeah.
So just to clarify that. Councilmember Simmons?
So yeah, this is just a question because this kind of gets to that. It's because it's a second one. I'm just wondering about the committee's recommendation to not allow people to speak again if it is a second and not a continuation.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So I'm just saying why, so it says that people who, like if someone speaks during the beginning, that they aren't able to speak again if we have a second public comment, which is different from how public comment functioned before. And especially since if this is not a continuation, so that's why I'm wondering kind of why people wouldn't be able to speak again at the end if we have a second public comment period.
Oh, the intention was that it wouldn't preclude people from, the people that spoke in the first one could speak in the second one.
So then I think that this would current news. Wait, hold on. I'm just like reading this
Because technically what this says, it doesn't shift the 45 minutes up front, meaning if folks didn't get to speak during the first 45 minutes, they would have an opportunity to speak at the end of the continuation of public comment. And then this also adds a second public comment. So actually there is some confusion on how this would work.
So there would be it would no longer be called public comment continuation. It just would be the second public comment.
I
So you
see.
have 45 minutes.
Yeah, 45 minutes in the beginning, second.
Mm-hmm. And so then people would be able to, so that was just saying, this was just describing that people, the way the rules are currently, that they're not able to, but that this would be shifting that.
That would mean.
Okay,
Yeah. Mhm.
thank you.
Further comment, Councilmember Fellows?
I guess I'll just add that, the discussion that we had was mainly that generally the second public comment is pretty brief, and that, residents have been pretty consistent about saying that they haven't been able to respond to things that are happening in real time and have to wait, at least a couple weeks to come back and make remarks about something that happened 2 weeks ago. And so, the committee spoke about how it wasn't a huge burden to add that second public comment back.
Say your hand.
Yep. We have heard, I was frankly surprised by the interpretation of the language that got rid of the second period if there weren't people signed up. I think that was a surprise to lots of people on this body. I have no objections per se to having a second public comment period, but as we just did, we moved to extend a meeting that started at 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock. And this isn't even a heavy agenda that we have here tonight. And so I am not going to vote in favor of this, although I agree with the principle of this, until there are other measures in place to regulate the amount of time that we spend in these meetings. And until there is a comprehensive policy that limits the amount of time that we will have in these meetings, I'm not going to vote for anything that extends the length of the meetings. And so, there are many different measures that we could have for this. Each person in public comment is limited to 3 minutes. One possibility is to limit the amount of time that council members speak on a particular topic. That has been enacted in the city of Ann Arbor in the past. In terms of the amount of time that is on the agenda, many agendas for public bodies and for boards have a time estimate for what is going to be allotted for the discussion on any particular topic. We don't have that, and I think that would be very beneficial to have the meeting move forward. And I want to remind people that this is a business meeting. There are many opportunities for people in the community to make their opinions known, other than public comment at this meeting. So I won't be voting for this. I think we need to come forward with other measures to constrain the amount of time that these take. I've been in here 7, 8 hours before. I've sat through 5-hour public comment periods. I don't wish to do that anymore. This is a business meeting. We need to conduct our business, and if we're deliberating on things into that time of frame, we're not making our best decisions, and so I won't be voting for this.
Thank you. I saw Councilmember McLean and then Councilmember Fellows.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I too think it's not a good idea to pass this. When we have meetings that go until 1:30, we don't make the best decisions, in my estimation. It's just go on. It goes on too long. If there were the situation that people actually didn't have a chance to speak, that to me would be problematic. But here we're talking about giving people opportunity to speak multiple times, and to Mayor Pro Tem's point, this is also a business meeting where we are charged, required by the charter to do the business of the city. And we have to make sure that we do that, and we ought to be in the business of doing it well and giving ourselves right amount of time to do it the right way.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, two things. One, this change isn't just to allow people that didn't speak in the first time to speak again. It's also for people that come in mid-meeting, at end of the meeting, people that are on Zoom watching that didn't have anything to say the first time, but have something to say at the end. It's not to just allow the same people to stay a 5-hour meeting and talk twice. The second is just about, the comprehensive agenda change before making this type of change. What I will say to that is that we do have an agenda committee that you're a member of, Pro Tem, and you weren't at our most recent meeting, and we have talked about another idea of doing work session as another way to kind of bring down the time that we're spending in these meetings. And we're going to explore that, as far as I know, our next meeting, and I should look up that date and let you know about that next one as well. But yeah, so we have been kind of rolling out from that committee changes as they have been discussed and agreed upon in that committee. And so this was one of them. Like, I can imagine that being delayed and brought back again with the ideas of other ways to minimize the length of time we're at these meetings. But this wasn't, if you're saying that you agree with this in spirit, but are just resentful at the fact that it's not coming with the whole comprehensive plan, you are someone that can contribute to that into that meeting, and we are doing that together. And so, yeah, those ideas are coming as they're coming from the people that are participating in the committee.
Thank you. Councilmember King?
I just was gonna add that we would add 45 minutes to the end of the meeting, correct?
There's no time frame on here. No. It would just be, this is currently unlimited. Unless we add a time frame, if it's amended.
Okay, well, that was my question. That's kind of what I thought I heard. And then I guess the other part is just, we can limit ourselves. And maybe that's something we should do, and we should limit ourselves. That's all.
1 second.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you saying that, because we've had a conversation about this recently, and one of the things that I will repeat that I know I have said numerous of times is around us governing ourselves accordingly. To Mayor Pro Tem's point around time constraints, maybe on, items or discussions, when I can specifically say when I tried to do that, I was challenged. And so that is something that we have to govern ourselves individually around. How do we get through the business if we don't want to be here till 1 or 2 in the morning? And it's been discussed extensively. We all say we don't make our best decisions in the wee hours of the night. And so that requires us to be reflective about that and about, sending our questions in early so we can get information back ahead of time, or, how we review agendas, how we choose to spend discussion time on items that are on the agenda. The last thing I'll say, again, not to belabor the point, is that in building the agendas with the city manager and the city clerk, we do try to balance the agendas, but then when there are other things added by other council members and that are put forward for the next meeting, for instance, that are not necessarily timely, that also extends agendas into us having, bullet items that have sometimes gone into the double letters on these agendas. If we plan accordingly, we can have balanced agendas, because we have at points had very balanced agendas. And so again, that requires council to make the decision to be reflective about this and planful about what we are bringing forward and how we spend our time on the dais and the time that we take.
Yeah.
Councilmember Tucson and Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, I just wanted to I don't have a question to the comment. I just wanted to express my support for what Mayor Pro Tem has said, Councilmember McLean has said, and what our mayor has said, because numerous times, like they have said, we don't make our best decisions at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I would like for us to be able to govern ourselves and not, and just be aware of how long we're going to be talking about specific topics and how much time we have left in our meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, yeah, in Ann Arbor, they do have a session. They have two meetings. So they have a meeting before and after. So take that as you will, as opposed to our one meeting. And then, yeah, and I think that too, as we're looking at, I know, for instance, for me, I was trying to see, like, before adding something, I was like, well, how many things are on the agenda? How many things were sent in? And so that's what I hope for with the change in where we send in things on Monday. If we have if we get a chance to see that, so then can make some decisions for Tuesday, to say, actually, no, this isn't timely, or like the agenda is really long, so that we don't need to add to it. That's one of the practices I try to do sometimes. Sometimes things, you don't necessarily have that, but that is something I think would be helpful. So we can do, as you're saying, have these balanced agendas.
Thank you. Further comment or questions from council? Councilmember King?
Just for clarity, so it would stay 45 minutes at the beginning and then the end would be open.
And I'm glad you brought that back up. I can't make any motions, but I'd
Yeah.
love to put a time frame on the end. If possible, or something. We can't.
Yeah, no.
Oh, because the other one was an extension of it.
Yep.
Got it. Yep, we can't. Okay. So
We
can't.
cannot?
Nope, because it has to, yep, you're right. You're right. We can put it on the top end, but not the back.
Yeah.
Under the OMA, a second comment period that allows someone to speak a second time in the meeting can be limited because the OMA only requires one speaking opportunity, and every person who wishes to speak before the meeting during the allotted window should get an opportunity to. And so this policy is quite similar to what Ann Arbor has done, where you limit the first 45 minutes to this comment so that the city council can begin doing its work. And then anyone who has not been able to speak in that first 45 minutes can address the body in person at the later portion of the meeting, like we do now. So that's what the city of Ann Arbor does. And that's what we have in our current policy. Adding a second period to speak is really a reactive section, as it's been called by many speakers who have spoken at public comment about the public comment policy. And so that could be limited, but the initial public comment cannot be limited. It has to be limited for the first half, or unlimited period for the number of people who wish to speak. And then it can be limited for a second opportunity because somebody's already had an opportunity to speak once. I would say that there are provisions that could be included to allow the mayor to, depending on the number of people who have signed up for that first 45-minute window, to reduce time for each speaker to, I'd say, 2 minutes, not really any less than that. I think that'd be inappropriate. But if you have more than 20 people signing up to speak in the first 45 minutes, I suppose you could have a practice that allows you, Mayor Brown, to reduce the speaking time from 3 minutes to 2 in order to facilitate that, because that recognizes too there are other methods to address the open public comment period. They can write. We do have that process in place. So those are all things for this body to consider. But the OMA only requires one speaking opportunity to a citizen at a public meeting.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, currently as it stands, we have the continuation. If 45 minutes cuts off, folks who didn't get to speak at the end if they had signed up or raised their hand prior. Right now, then that would still be in place, and then we would have a second. So let's say, I just want to be clear, let's say that the first 45 minutes has been expended and we have folks who did not get to speak. They would automatically, of course, get to speak at the end. And then after that, we're saying we're going to give a second opportunity for anyone to speak again. This is what this says right now.
That's what I understand the proposal to be.
That's not exactly what I was hoping for. Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, well, what I'm hearing then is, I don't mind someone speaking in the end of the meeting. It's generally very short. But with that said, it seems like the main barrier is that we mostly haven't had end of the night comment because we don't hit that 45-minute mark. So we could just adjust that part of the policy where even if there is no public comment in the beginning of the meeting or one public comment, we still can have the continuation at the end regardless of, for people who didn't speak in the first time, regardless of that 45-minute being expended. That was the very confusing part of the policy for me when it was enacted. So it's basically continuation for people that didn't speak in the first public comment, but it's not dependent on 45 minutes being filled.
So then the language would say what for that to happen? I don't know. Yeah, I'm like, what would the language be for that?
I mean, I just wonder about, like, I feel like this is an example, like, I don't know if we're like overthinking this. We've, we hit the 45 minutes like once so far since that has been enacted. But there have been multiple times when people were like, yes, I would like to comment. I do think it makes sense because when we have discussions of whether, that there might be things that people would want to bring up. So I just wonder if we're like really like over pushing this. So I would like to just call the question on it.
Their support.
Support.
All right. Clerk, call the roll on calling the question.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
I wasn't ready. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Mayor Brown.
No.
Councilmember Fellows.
No.
Councilmember Tucson.
No.
This is for
Did not
calling the
pass.
question.
It's for calling the question.
We voted on calling the
It
question.
means call
and
the
it
roll.
passed.
Call the roll, please.
Can you just restate it though before? Yeah.
Yes. Give me 1 second.
It's the resolution as presented.
Yes, Resolution 139 as presented, amending the rules set forth to allow a second opportunity to address City Council at the end of the agenda.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
No.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
No.
Mayor Brown. Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion fails.
She didn't call the question. I was trying to fix it. So, yeah.
Well, we'll just redraft and bring it back.
Yeah, well, okay.
Because for nights like tonight, when again the website says the meeting starts at 7, and on the agenda it says 6, and people are not going to be here at the beginning of the meeting to sign up. So with the rules that we had in place, they wouldn't have had a chance to comment even later in the meeting.
I don't disagree. I was hoping we could fix this. So, yeah, well, we'll bring it back. The agenda committee will reconvene. Councilmember McLean, you have 140.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas a half-time position has been budgeted for the DPW in 2025, 2026, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti is in need of a project engineering and field operations services that can be filled by a part-time employee, and whereas OHM has submitted a proposal for these services on a contractual basis, now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the proposal submitted by OHM for project engineering and field operations services in an amount not to exceed $50,000. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign this contract, subject to approval by the city attorney, and any change orders may be approved by the city manager to facilitate completion of this work. I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hello again, Director Wessler.
Good evening, City Council. It is past 10 o'clock, so I think I can officially say I'm just here if you have questions.
Thank you so much. No, I'm kidding.
So this is effectively trading my current half-time project manager position for a probably slightly less than half-time. I think we're talking about maybe 1 day a week in office. City engineer, essentially. There are a number of projects that our current project manager doesn't have the background to tackle. We were unsuccessful in getting somebody with the background that we needed to fill the role when we posted it a couple years ago. This we know, the people at OHM have the background knowledge, they have the skills, they have the professional licensing, and they've got a deep bench. So this would help us knock out a few more projects and actually improve our overall operations, especially with regard to permit management.
Thank you. Questions for Bonnie? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. All right, we're at our final item. Discussion to plan new public infrastructure projects and city council and DDA partnership.
So,
Councilmember Friends.
so this is something we might want to just kick back to a different meeting, because one of the things I was hoping to see in the agenda packet was this OHM evaluation study. We did get it sent an hour or two before the meeting, so I don't know if council members were able to look at it. But yeah, so it could just be like a very, very preliminary initial discussion about you know, we have this set aside now of money from the community mental health and public safety millage. I believe it has over $800,000 in it at this point, and you know, it's not going to be used to roll over, so we ought to spend it. And so, you know, having a discussion to figure out what we want to spend it on is probably good. And as I've been on council, what I have heard from both members and residents is like the desire, urge to have, you know, public restrooms. And so that is the reason why I thought this evaluation study should be included in this discussion.
Further discussion. I do agree. I did not get a chance to review that information that was sent out this afternoon prior to the meeting. So I'm open to whatever discussion folks would like to have, but I definitely think we'll have to bring this back to discuss further.
So we did do some preliminary estimations on what this would cost currently. We asked around, and it's forecasted that it'll be 13% of an increase as it was in in 2018. So total project would be around 900,000 to $1 million. And then annually to maintain and clean would be $30,000
I'm sorry, what?
per set of bathrooms,
At 30K per bathrooms
per bathroom.
To maintain.
per set.
No, it would be $1 million per to do a reconstruction of all of the
Mm-hmm.
bathrooms. And then around 30,000 per bathroom set to maintain.
Maintain, that's what I said, okay, maintain. Per bathroom set, okay.
So probably what would be great is to have those numbers for a future discussion. You know, why it's $30,000, like what is all rolled into that cost. Yeah, I mean, as far as tonight, I did hear that this was like, you know, a costly endeavor, as we've been hearing for years and years. We can't, you know, maintain toilets because it's cost so much. But, you know, we also don't necessarily have to do all the bathrooms at once. You know, the council can decide to do them as we have funds to do them. And so we might want to start with just one park and then move through it, or two parks. The other consideration is we do spend money on contract services for, you know, toileting at parks. So those costs would go away. So it isn't just merely adding all this. There would also be subtracting some of the service that of the existing service that we pay for privately.
Any further discussion? Member Simmons?
The only other thing, so this was also, I know there was also the conversation about water fountains. And I remember in the last meeting, the conversation was that in Depot Town, there was already some infrastructure for water there. So I guess the question I would have is, to, you know, again, for us to bring forward would be locations where there might be similar efficiencies downtown, like similar places. You know, what comes to mind is like, oh, the water fountain area by the library, as an example, that would have water infrastructure. So if there's other places where we know that there's other infrastructure, that would also be helpful to know.
Further comments or discussion? I think we'll have to bring this back.
Yeah.
Fellows.
So I guess I propose, can we bring this back another agenda? Doesn't have to be the next one if it's heavy, but another agenda with a updated report of costs, as well as the operations cost breakdown, as well as it would be good to have the DDA director here to talk about potential partnerships, since the DDA was the one that put in the Depot Town water fountain. And so I know that the, you know, downtown DDA TIF produces actually way more money than Depot Town. So we should be able to get at least a water fountain there.
You okay if city manager and I look at it, figuring out what agenda this could go on? Sure. Thank you. Is there any further discussion before we move on?
I think you have to make a motion since there's something on the table.
No, it's a discussion item. There's nothing on the.
That's a discussion. Okay, so.
Thank you. All right, we'll close the discussion and move into liaison.
I have one question, and by an updated study, we would have to, again, engage with an engineer to do that study, or just want us to have estimates on, like I provided today, just something.
You provided it, but just like more of a breakdown of why $30,000.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, all good?
Yep.
Thank you. Police Advisory Commission.
Yes, so at our last meeting, a resolution was brought to the table with revisions from the prior meeting that will be brought to council at our next city council meeting. It's the 30 by 30 initiative, just looking to have 30% more female officers in academy by 2030. So that's going to be coming to our desk at the next meeting. We're also looking for another Ward 3 YPAC member to finish out the previous YPAC member's seat. The next YPAC meeting is July 24th. It's a Thursday at 7 p.m. right here in council chamber. So if you have any questions, concerns, just want to come hang out with us, come on in. We're going to welcome you warmly. That's it.
Thank you. HRC.
We did not meet in June due to Juneteenth. Our next meeting is July the 17th at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Parks and Arts.
Your next meeting is 14th of July.
Thank you. Sustainability.
No, I don't think there were major updates.
Okay. All good?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just like checking. Yeah, I don't think there's.
HDC.
Next meeting is next Tuesday.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission met, there was further discussion on the, night sky, language, that had been brought back. I think this is the third time that it had come back. That should be coming forward at point in the future. There was a discussion, or at least, public comment regarding, Church on Hawkins that was, had wanted to have an EMD. It is in a residential district, and so is not allowed by the code as it stands. So they're trying to figure out, a number of people from that church showed up to see if there was anything to be done, but there wasn't even a proposal on the agenda for them. But we'll probably have further input from that group in the future.
Thank you. ZBA.
Didn't meet.
SEMCOG.
No updates.
Watts.
Watts did, we had our annual meeting, approved a budget. Ypsilanti did receive funds through that allocation. There was a lot of discussion about the situation at the federal level and just concerns about that funding and how that might impact future projects. And so just trying to, staying updated, and the group's trying to think about how to pivot or different ways to access funds still. So using, for instance, like public transit, but the director of the AATA just named that this is another area where plans in Project 2025 named that moving transit back to the states in localities is one of the plans. So even though that wasn't necessarily on the chopping block this year, that doesn't mean it won't go away.
Thank you. Urban County, nothing to report. The DDA at the last meeting, we went over special event sponsorships, facade and rehab grants for downtown, completed the second portion of the employee review for the DDA director. And I believe renewed or expanded the contract with later for their work in the districts. Next meeting is August. I don't think we meet in July. Or is it not? Don't meet in July, so August. Rutherford Pool.
Further discussion.
Oh, we meet in July, not in August. Never mind. DDA. I messed it up.
Continuing discussion about expenses for opening the pool and how much they can do and how much they're needing to farm out. This caused a delay in opening this year, and so that is still there. There was discussion about the triathlon, and also National Night Out is coming up, and I don't have the exact date, so if anybody has that, that would be great.
I can bring up them proposed business. Okay. Thank you. Council proposed business. Councilmember King.
Speed bump over on Ferris is a park currently. I'm wondering, just because it is such a problem and it is almost every day, can we just go there every so often to make sure that is in place?
Yes, we could take care of that.
Thank you. On Tuesdays, I just seen this and it's happening in Ward 1, so I want to let everybody know. On Tuesdays at Messiah Temple, the address is 200 Harriet Street. They are offering free showers from Fed Up. So that's every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 1:30 at Messiah Temple on Harriet Street. Park Ridge cleanup is July the 12th. I believe it's from 10 to 2. And I just want to say I am overjoyed from all of the Juneteenth activities I was able to attend in the last few weeks. And I just want to give a shout out to Trish Shea for throwing an amazing weekend-long Juneteenth event here in Ypsilanti in Ward 1.
Thank you. Councilmember Two.
Yeah, so my ward mate has already made you all aware of the park cleanup next Saturday the 12th. I would like to get out ahead sometime for August the 24th. The Southside softball game will be held at Park Ridge Park. So if anybody, oh, and we're also looking for 2 coaches and 24 players. So if anybody would like to play or coach the Southside softball game, get in contact with myself, Brian Foley, or Sharisa Allen, and we can get you all set up and squared away. I would also like, even though this is outside of the city, I would also like to make everyone aware that the Ipsy Stand Up Field Day event at Fort Lake Park will be taking place on August 16th. This is an event that I have been heavily involved in since its conception. It's going to be a day of resources, music, food, fun for not only just the kids, but the whole family. I hope to see y'all out there. I'll be out there all day. So that's all I got.
Councilmember Simmons. Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, so just a couple of quick things. One, hosted Tree Time in Prospect Park with Ward 3 resident Sibby on Sunday. And it was great. Everyone had a good time. We had good conversation. We got to learn about our relationships with trees, learned some things, and people wanted to do more. And there were a lot of people who weren't able to come. So I've been able to connect Sibby with Bonnie, and maybe there'll be more education for more residents as we go. Also, this is a couple of things. So Bonnie, I have some pictures that I haven't sent you yet. One is on the steps going down to the Tridge. There's like split. So it's like it actually just like is split. Like you just step on and it kind of caves in. You know what I mean when I'm saying that. So I do have a picture for that, but the one's going down from Depot Town. And then also another thing I noticed, so yay, we're happy Cross and River open again, but all along there's like some pretty intense deep divots that weren't there. I know our streets are, have issues, but they weren't there before they did the work, and now they are there. So I took some pictures, but I'm wondering if they're going to come fix it. They made it nice and smooth right by the train track, but the rest of the area that was damaged by them doing work in that area, I think they should also fix because they go kind of deep over there. So I'll send the picture I have, but I would just like them to come back out and fix it. The other thing is, this is just I was coming in on Huron and I was with somebody and they were like, oh, wait, there's that Michigan Works sign. And I was like, oh, Michigan Works isn't there anymore, but it still has the sign that says you turn here, to get there. So can we take that down? Because I was like, oh, no, that's not supposed to be there. The other thing is I was just, and this might be this is a longer conversation or something I just want to put on the mindset as we think about ways to increase like tourism, but I think county within the county. I was just out in Manchester, and they also have like a watershed component. They also have historical features where they kind of tell like the stories of what has happened here. And it made me think about whether there's ways to partner with some of our different communities in the county. So around some of these things, kind of make it like, a historic walk around Washtenaw County or something like that, that might draw, because just like we have some big events they have a famous chicken broil coming up. So, so just like, I wonder about whether there's ways to connect and build relationships, have like a visitor series or something to promote different parts of the county's infrastructure, our partners, and to promote tourism, because I think it would help for them. And obviously we know those things could help for us too. And then the last thing, I had some conversations with I've been having just some random conversations with people about Michigan Ave, both, what is the speed limit for Michigan Ave through downtown?
It's 30, right? 25.
Michigan Ave is, that's a joke.
I'm sorry. Y'all, I know it's
In downtown.
like this
stretch right here.
downtown, it's supposed to be
25?
25.
Yeah.
So I think whenever people say that they want, people say this all the time, that they want traffic enforcement. Like the police station's right there. Just stay there and tell me that that's 25, because people going through the stop signs, I mean, stoplights, I can't tell you how many times. I can't tell you. I saw somebody almost get hit. I saw a car almost get hit. Nobody's going 25. Wow.
See the flipped over Pacifica today?
That's
Yes.
there.
So anyhow, okay, I thought it was higher than that, because I was like, in this other downtown, it was 25. Everybody was driving and it looked like 25. If it's 25 here, we have some serious issues. Okay. But that aside, whoo, that was a fun. I was talking to also some business owners that have businesses right there. And anyhow, we were talking about the median and thinking about, well, what could happen if that weren't there, and bike lanes. People don't want people to be on bikes. I'm going to tell y'all going to see me on a bike every single time, because when I'm on Michigan Ave, I'm not trying to get hit. Thank you very much. So if nobody's going to pay for my life insurance, then I'm gonna be on the sidewalk. So, but if we have bike lanes, street cafe spaces, that was something that came up with quite a few. The two businesses I talked about how they would love that and how that would actually support their business and also add comfort for pedestrians and also help people to slow down. And so I know that we are looking at different grants. I know that we now have some funds for a grant writer. And I just wonder about looking at some of those placemaking grants opportunities at the state level that can help us to make Michigan Ave the kind of place that everybody wants to be. So that is that. Oh, the last thing is just another communication thing. I was detoured too, and I'm not a driver, as we always know, but walkers and bikers also couldn't get through. So I wonder if we can just say travelers or something as opposed to drivers, because I like to see myself too. Thanks. That's it.
Councilmember.
Yeah, I also want to shout out Juneteenth. I was able to attend the official city event by Trisha Duckworth, and it was wonderful. I probably had the best lemonade I had in a decade there. Also went to an event at Park Ridge that Geo hosted. The Prospect Park cleanup event was also really cool, productive, great to see community volunteers and staff working together. And since then, since I've been to the park, I've witnessed even more people playing basketball. Now that the courts were weeded and the cracks were sealed, it's looks so much better and definitely less dangerous. So thank you to DPW, Bonnie, everyone that coordinated that. CBO work session is scheduled for this coming July 15th meeting with a 6 p.m. start time. I was actually going to bring this up during the 6 p.m. resolution. I forgot, but in that resolution, we didn't talk about where public comment would be. My impression in the past was public comment starts after work sessions around 7. So I'm bringing that up because our presenter, David Reynolds, can only do this work session if it starts right at 6. So is it something that folks that plan the agenda can put public comment at 7? Is that good?
Can absolutely do that.
The work session.
Yep, I will do that.
Perfect. Thank you. The next agenda committee meeting is July 18th at 1 p.m., probably via Zoom. That's how we've been doing that. And the last thing is the bench on North Washington Street at Dreamland Theater. I was meaning to follow up with you, Bonnie, about this, but I was alerted to the bench being removed after I personally had reported it to C-Click Fix as far as just having a loose bolt on one of the legs of the bench. And I was pretty alarmed to learn that the whole bench was removed and dumped into a scrap pile. And the Naya Venturi from Dreamland Theater reached out to me to say, that it was completely removed and communication with DPW wasn't going well. So I just gotta say, please put the bench back and just bolt it down. It shouldn't be in the scrap pile. Put the bench back. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I meant to talk to her before the meeting, but want to check with Bonnie on Elm Street. Any update there? Or I think that work might be getting done in the next couple months. Okay. But would definitely mean this season sometime. Thank you for that. Secondly, want to wish friends, neighbors that have ties to Canada Happy Canada Day. Can't forget about that. But this is not a tongue-in-cheek thing at all. It's I'm going to talk about some other things that are happening at the federal level that are going to affect us, but trashing our allies, especially allies that are right across our border in Michigan, and destroying alliances seems to be par for the course with this current federal administration. And it's not a minor thing when we talk about the economy and how we're linked there culturally. Families are linked, and so it's going to fall to us in city and local governments to pick up the pieces when this federal government trashes everything in sight. And so that's not a very fun way to celebrate Canada Day, but I think we have to do a little more to start recognizing things like that we might have thought of in the past as the purview of the federal government. Speaking of the federal government, today the Senate rolled over and played dead and passed one of the worst pieces of legislation in my estimation in my lifetime, and perhaps stretching long before that. Legislation that is going to take away healthcare coverage, food assistance, raise healthcare costs, and do all kinds of damage. Just scratching the surface, 12 million people perhaps without health insurance by 2034, 3 to 6 million, and I've seen estimates as high as 11 million, reduced number of people on being able to utilize food stamps. That includes 4 million children ages 7 to 17, $3 trillion added to the national debt, even while you're making massive cuts, because those cuts are being turned around and given to those who have the most in our society. And then we're cutting Medicaid significantly as well. In addition to all of that, there's $129 billion being set aside for Homeland Security, including $45 billion for, quote, detention facilities, unquote. This is going to allow Donald Trump and his henchmen and his secret police to go after more immigrants, more people that do not have a criminal record, in spite of what has been said, and consistent with a memo that came out of the U.S. Department of Justice on June 11th, they're going to be prioritizing something called denaturalization. Denaturalization. That means they're going after American citizens, people that may have been born outside the country. They will find excuses for why they did something wrong on their application, or they will find some minor criminal offense that they allegedly engaged in, and the secret police, with no markings on their cars, will show up and do their business and take them off to the American gulag. And this is no laughing matter. I mean, I think anybody that was not born in this country even if they have American citizenship, is now at risk. And it's absolutely terrifying. You know, and we're going to use some of this money not only to fund the operations, but to build the gulag, including a facility apparently in southern Florida in the Everglades, which among other things will be an environmental disaster in an area that is a one of a kind, not just in this country, but an ecosystem that exists nowhere else on the planet. And so, as is the case with our alliances, we in local government here will be left to pick up the pieces. And these pieces, these dominoes, are just going to fall and fall and fall over the next couple of months, years. I'm not sure we're ready for them. In fact, I'm sure we're not. How can anybody be ready for what's coming? But we at least have to be starting to think about some of the implications of the disaster that is Washington, D.C. right now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't think I know how to follow that. Shout out to Trichet for organizing the Juneteenth. I was there. It was grand. It was the difference in location seemed to make it even bigger and better. City Manager, I will talk to you about bringing forward language for the ordinance for cycling through downtown. This is brought to my attention by people outside of the city, bike advocates, that people have been cited recently. So I will review that and bring it forward for the next meeting. So
Thank you. Yeah. Councilmember McLean, you know, I've been thinking about this, and you saying it out aloud really is a reminder of something that I've been thinking about for months as the child of immigrant parents who have been American citizens for decades. This has been a conversation. So just thank you for lifting that. Lots of things. Prospect Park, again, the cleanup, thank you so much. Also, that was one of the things that when I was reading to the students at WISE, they brought up about the basketball courts and like needing the pavement sealed and all these different things. They even the teacher sent me an email after with all of their thoughts. It was super cute. And so they are very happy that some of these things have already been taken up and that the park has been cleaned up. Huge shout out to Trichet again. Yeah, it was bigger and better and amazing. It was very, very hot, and yet and still folks were out there. And really I heard across the board, just everybody enjoyed Juneteenth, and I was there both days. It was wonderful. So shout out to every volunteer as well and every vendor that was there. Mayor Pro Tem did find the date for National Night Out. That is August 5th, 2025. Also the YPD YFD open house is July 19th from 11 to 3. I was in Lansing today for most of the first part of the day. It was an early morning to attend the oversight, Michigan State Police Oversight and Appropriations Committee, some hearings. So I spent some time with our MSP director, Colonel Grady, and in support of him and his testimony. Was able to meet with our lobbyist, Dwayne Gill, and also chat for a bit with our state rep, Jimmy Wilson, who was in session doing the people's work, even though the other side was not trying to do the people's work. So they were there for many, many, many hours. I don't even know if they're done yet, but they were in session for hours prior to me walking into this meeting. And I was gonna say something else. Oh, I also got the question from the organizers of the 4th of July parade to see if anyone on council was going to participate in that. And so I'm asking that now if anybody has plans to attend as a city council person to walk in the parade, if you could let me know so I can let them know, because they did ask me. Mayor Pro Tem,
I'll be there.
McLean, Tucson,
Of course, I'm gonna.
King. All right, I will let them know. They are waiting to hear back.
question is, where's their banner?
Where's the banner? It's in Rachel.
He has the banner.
Oh, it's not upstairs in Rachel's? Okay.
No, that's a different thing.
Oh,
Should
You
have.
need it before.
yeah.
Somebody else is.
We need it by Thursday, I think.
Pick it up Thursday
Okay.
afternoon.
Okay. I will let them know. Perfect. Thank you. I'll see y'all there. City Manager?
Just a couple things. Also on July 19th is, I believe, what is that? Is the Frog Island cleanup, and that will be prior to the open house. So as I stated earlier in the meeting, we are looking at amendments to our special events policies and ordinances. One recommendation that staff will be bringing forward is our department shouldn't be used as a security force during these events. It's very costly. So we are recommending for larger events that those organizers provide their own security. We'll provide minimal backup, but we had in addition to that, if there is a community engagement item, like we are wanting to remove the fee waivers for officers. So those officers would need to be paid for. But that'll of course all be up to city council when we bring these forward. Several people have already said this, but the YPD, YFD open house is on July 19th. And the fee schedule will be on the next agenda.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Nothing for me.
Thank you. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. No. Oh, dang. I think he emailed us, didn't he? I think it was about the same thing.